But doctor, I am Sal Ganacci. Heywoah's doing this fine Sunday afternoon. CJ asked if it's playing twice. You know, it probably was. I haven't used this intro in a long time, and I probably have to do that. I have to click that one button, and that should fix it. I gotta go through and look at all the old ones, too. I wonder if they're doing that. This was from before I fixed the audio routing to a different system. Parenthetical, one that works. Instead of absolute duct tape and baling twine. Dealer, can you run that just the first 10 seconds live audio? Does this fix it? Yeah, it's not doubling anymore, is it? All right, we're good. No doubles. No dubs check. Hey, thanks for checking the dubs, CJ. Did you say yeah like yeah it is, or yeah as in yeah you're right? I'm gonna assume yeah you're right. Anyway, thanks for showing up. Huge large. Good sir, please. The last stream ended like 7 a.m. local time. Yeah, it was midnight for me, and I would have kept going because I typically stay up after midnight, but I had a shitload of work to do outside of the wizard tower, log cabin, cave. Both yesterday and today, although today was just a half day. We were just cleaning up. Anyway, it worked out, and today is part 2. As you can hear, AC absolutely blazing. How on earth did they pull him away from El Guck? I mean, good shit. I haven't been the lower Guck yet. I'm house cleaning. I'm doing things that ought to be done. Although maybe I shouldn't, because it's only the open beta. But no, I'm going through the leveling process of a bunch of different races, or a bunch of different classes and characters and types of play styles, just to see how it is on a few of them. And also I had to get a druid to 25 and a wizard to 25 to unlock all of the teleports for the other classes. You know how it is. Just to see. I'm testing. I'll make a video with my recommendations for feedback. And this dev team seems pretty receptive to instant, sometimes I would even say too quick to implement some suggested changes. So strike while the iron is hot. It's been a minute since you watched the video proper for this. You have the 1 hour loop of the brass on repeat. Hell yeah. No more double turn on the Salvatore. Yeah. Yeah, it's single. You'd know something about that, but also so would I. Shots fired and hit us both. We're both dead. I wouldn't know what it's like to leave the tower. Remember when you stopped streaming, we ceased to exist? No, I made a Discord so you guys have somewhere to exist while I'm not streaming. I saved your lives. So anyway, be thankful. The curse of employment. We need to find a way for you to be free of it for real. I feel like to be truly free from employment, you gotta win the lottery and have an IQ above like 12, and then you'll be set forever, right? Or be randomly born into some rich family, right? Otherwise, you probably gotta work. Even if you're super successful doing something really easy, like streaming, you know, you're still technically working. And when it becomes your livelihood, you got to kind of treat it like that. And I bet the stress levels are kind of high. Also, imagine playing like Raid Shadow Legends, except that was your job and you had to play it. That's like King Midas, you know, where, oh, I want everything to turn to gold, and then you try to like eat. You know, you try to eat a cannoli and it just like breaks your teeth, and oh no, I had time now, you know. This thing I used to love. You did miss Salvatore. Kettle chips of gold, yeah. If you're funny enough, it doesn't matter what you pray. Well, I mean, then the same applies, okay? I'm like kind of funny, you know? But I'm not like Eris funny, right? There's a level of entertaining that is what I consider to be professional, and then there's a level of entertaining that's am. I'm like am minus. But hey, all right. Anyway, welcome to the YouTube people. Random hot take, we should nuke Gur, to be honest. Sure, yeah, I agree. And left to do waiting in the queue, but you don't want any Alduar. No Alduar. I liked Alduar back in Wrath of the Lich King parenthetical first time. It was okay the second time. IQ over 12? Yeah, we're not going to do it. No, we got this. We got this. See, you hear about, I don't know if this is true, because you just hear about it, and I have come to become suspicious, deeply suspicious, of things you just hear about, But you hear lottery winners tend to go bankrupt. And perhaps that has to do with lottery winners being selected from a group that would always be buying lottery tickets, right? If that makes sense. So like maybe that's the case, or they get robbed or I don't know, scammed or something. But it seems like an impossibility to me, right? Like if I got $50 million today after taxes, I feel like you give 1 million chunks away to like several people that really helped you throughout your life and are struggling, and then you take 40 million, split it in half, put half of it into the safest investments humanly possible, put the other half of it into S&P 500 or that robot that follows Nancy Pelosi's investments, and then you keep 4 mil in the bank and just do whatever with it. Right? Isn't that just what you do? It's foolproof, this plan. Then again, I'm not really the kind of person who wants to buy helicopters and Lamborghinis and stuff. I probably wouldn't even move out of this apartment. I rather like this apartment for now. Maybe in a year or something. But it's got kind of everything I want. No, you know what? Treat yourself. I would move down the hall where they got rooms with a washer and dryer in the unit. I'd get one of those, Spoil yourself a little bit. I'm not going to Las Vegas. I already won, right? Lottery winners are lottery players first. Yeah, true. I think all the wealthiest people had as much money as you did when you were in your early 20s, but made smarter choices, and they multiplied over time. Yeah, that's mostly the case. We like to, because we don't want to be cruel. You want to be nice. We kind of like glorify the Oliver Twist Robin Hood nature of poor people, but I've been homeless. I've seen the truth. The deck for sure was stacked against at least half of them. But well, they didn't make good choices with the hand they had, I guess. And the other half were fine and just made the worst choices ever, or got unlucky. Everyone can get unlucky. You'll never win the lottery because you would be so utterly boring that there'd be no way for some reality TV show to monopolize the downfall. Yeah, they couldn't really make a show about it, right? Well, he just took the majority of it and invested it in safe shit. And then he gave $1 million to people he knew that helped him out throughout his life. Just cut a check each, like slid it across. Here you go, bud. Don't call me. I'm still a hermit. But thanks for that. Send your kids through college or whatever, right? Stuff like that. Maybe it helps that I don't know a lot of people. Wife found the anime closet. Need a luck buff. Yeah. You know what, though? Now that I think about it, I would stream more often. I'd make YouTube videos all the time. I guess it would increase the quantity, the rate at which I produce content, which would be in a certain way good for you guys if you happen to like my content. And so in this way, the wealth trickles down, not actual money, but betterment of society, more HeyWoah streams. The lottery winner is now living in peace in bumfuck nowhere and painting Warhammer for the rest of his life or something like that. Yeah. Got a Ukrainian trophy bride. Oh boy, EverQuest. More, oh boy, more EverQuest. Why are you punishing us? We should have been walking this whole time. Sorry, I forgot to click. Content is worth more than money. True, yeah. I mean, pay and exposure. Which is a meme, but it's also true in certain industries that it is more valuable than money by a lot. You know? You can pass those VODs on to your grandchildren that you'll never have. Don't worry, Twitch will erase them. And eventually YouTube will probably start erasing them too. You know, they don't, and they haven't said they do, but eventually, you know, probably. Oh, they're in the vault. As Freeport Militia concept question for you, EQ purists, is leaving the steel helm belt buckle fine, or do they need something closer to the militia buckle? Fixed melee weapons or all swords? Sorry, mixed, not fixed. Or some dual wielding. You've made a mistake buying these boxes. I think mix it up. Because the guards are a little mixed up, you know. Some of them can be dual wielded. You know, they're warrior classes, some of them, right? So I think you can mix them up. Sword and shield some. Dual wield some. Give one of them like a polished Xanto from Kunark because some player just traded it to the NPC for fun. Oh god, yeah, it's a big stream. Who have we got gone over, who have we not gone over for actually? The entirety of Order. We did everybody else on that one long stream, but now we have every Order faction. So get your greasy sausage fingers ready for some typing if anybody plays these armies to let me know. If the Scourge of Aqshy rules are good. A lot of them are like, yeah, these are good updates, but no one are going to use them, right? Which I count as an L. But a lowercase L. Where it's like, here's the most dog water scroll in your entire book. Now it's just okay, but no one would ever play it anyway. Although it is better, and that's a lowercase L. Oh, cheers for going live. Just sat down the paint. Nice. Perfect timing. Walking Norath when? Don't worry. As soon as we're done with order, I'm clicking the fucking button. You think it's all tabbed right now? Well, it's not. Clicking close programmed. Technically not be lying. Can we do cities first because that's what you're painting? Sure, yeah. Yeah, sure. Since you play 2 order armies, you double the grease. Oh yeah, double greaser. LRL might be as big of an L as ogres. Really? Okay. Okay. All things in context, I guess, in that LRL is apparently good right now. So there is that. But to me, that doesn't matter, really. You know. Just because the army, a particular build of the army or 2 or 3 or 4 are strong doesn't mean you should do a bad job on the balance seasonal scroll thing, right? Trying to do a good job. Not make up for past offenses, right? You missed that we're ogres and L. Ogres were, and I don't say this lightly, and I don't say this because I play ogres. I think other people can attest. You can type in chat whether you agree or not. I think it is by far the worst Aqshy scroll in the game. Like it's comically bad. We had a laugh because it's that bad. Chaos Patriotism got a sudden surge. Just saw Lumineth got an Alan Twitch chat. Life is good, says Alex. Hell yeah. I'm not trying to celebrate others' downfall. Normally. Sometimes it's alright. Glad the GHB changes none of the problems with this edition. Well, one of the problems with this edition is that we don't have enough options, and it has given us more options. So it's working towards one of the 20 problems. So that's cool. You know, they can only do so much. Ogres are written by a comedian. You haven't followed in a while. What's the current state of the Geats? Are they still squig hopping? We did a show 2 shows ago where I brought somebody on to give me like the state of the game for each of the armies, and everybody who got onto Discord during that like played the army. Sometimes there were 2 people. And if I recall correctly, Gits are actually kind of they're kind of good. With a giant asterisk. Like it's a Star of David. It's huge right there. And that is your Bad Moon battle trait is garbage. But you're used to that because it's always garbage. They can't write a good one. It's impossible. But squigs are good and trogs are good. I believe that's the state of the game. Somebody can correct me if I'm recalling incorrectly, but Gits are still squig hopping and trogging. You got dumpstered by them and then followed up. Gits are currently a meme army. But Iron Gutsman still has competitive success playing them, so I don't know. Okay. You're just glad about the Ogre update. So excited to finally be back in your element and want to play the game again after what happened to BOC. You had trust issues, GHB mid. We still ball. Yeah. I'm not here to convince anyone of my opinions. Also, you know, when they do good thing, I say they do good thing. When using your BOC for Mordheim, just take your favorite models and play some warband stuff. Nice. I know people are doing them in the old world as well. I don't know how they're faring there. I'm not really looking into old world, but you wish it would have just shown the Tyrant on the Rhino. You can see it in the art already. Yeah. I feel like showing the Butcher guy instead of the Rhino kind of hurt the hype for the live reveal a little bit, because you want your centerpiece to be really impressive, and they showed it and it wasn't. But perhaps the Rhino is the true centerpiece, and the Butcher on the wheelie cart is just like a fat Daughters of Cain quasi-cauldron centerpiece thing that you play sometimes. And in which case, hey, alright, it's very customizable. I'm going to convert one myself. Wish it was a mammoth? Yep. Your buddy and you are playing an AoS conversion of Mordheim with City of Ashbox. That's cool. It sounds sweet. Tomorrow or next week, you figure, yeah. Yeah, good use of color. I mean, yeah, you're right. We'll see it next week in any case. I hope it's really cool. It'd be nice to have like a really cool centerpiece as part of a Gutbuster army. Also, I forgot to check something. Did I? I guess we'll see in the new book. So maybe I don't need to quite check, but... yeah, I'll check it later. You say Gutbuster? Yeah. Getting pretty warm in that book? Yeah, ice is melting. Not looking too frosty. You're excited to see the monster truck conversion you'll be doing of the Big Butcher altar thing? Yep. I'm going to some toy store and I'm going to find monster truck and just pull the wheels off. It's right there. I'm just doing it. You know, you got to paint over them, otherwise it'll look like the toy that it is. But, yeah, I think it'll work out. Kind of want to flex your game design knowledge by making a Mordheim AoS equivalent. That'd be fun. As a hobby, I like to do a little game design here and there. Ahem. Well, I might as well. We might as well just do it. Last time, I yapped, although I was answering questions and stuff. We had a decent conversation for like 2 hours. Maybe we get right into it. Good local time appropriate greeting team. Our BCR stocks up. They are way down. It's almost officially over. At this rate, in the 5th edition, whenever 5th edition comes out, whatever battle tome, I expect there to no longer be Beastclaw Raider keywords even. Probably. But look, we had a good run. Had a lot of fun. If that happens, are you donezo? Probably not. What are you going to do? Just play ogres. If they, you know... Here's the thing. I'll just play other ogres if they look cool, and I like the look of the new ones. My concern isn't necessarily whether Beastclaw are going to be good or something. I think in 5th they might even go away. Perhaps. Or just sit there literally forever like Spiderfang. Absolutely forgotten for the entirety of the foreseeable future, right? Like, imagine being a Spiderfang enjoyer in 2016. And now 10 years later, you're just... like you're a skeleton on a bench, you know? You're like, why do they keep us around? Just let me die, right? My concern is whether I really like the game. Not necessarily my army. I mean, ogres as an army has kind of sucked for most of AoS. Like, they've never really been amazing. And I don't care that much. I care if they're fun, and if the game is fun. And if I got something cool I can try to do, you know what I mean? So anyway, I think 4th is like a giant reset edition, and we'll see what they'll do with that foundation that they paid for in 4th. And then I'll see. Like, if 5th edition is a fun game to play, I'll keep playing it. And if 5th edition isn't, well, that's 2.5 entire editions that I haven't really enjoyed. And it's like, how long are you going to hang on? I'll probably let go at that point. Because I did not like 3rd. It was like half good, 3rd. It was like half good. But I didn't like a whole lot of the direction it was going. And then 4th was so bad that I went into hibernation and stopped making videos because I didn't want them all to be negative. If 5th is bad too, it's like, bro, that's 7 years. I'm not trying to wait in line that long. I'm not going to burn my army or anything, but, you know. If it's over, it's over. I had a good run. Had a lot of fun with my army. Almost became a big-time content creator. It was cool. I could tell my non-existent children about it. Made some funny conversions out of all the stone horns and stuff. That was sweet. Learned how to paint a little bit. That was fun. It's kind of weird that they would make a BCR-looking alternative tyrant if they're just going to dunk him. Yeah, well, it's kind of weird that they make a brand new terrain feature for BOK and then kick them out of the game entirely shortly after. And then put them in a game where you can't use that stone. They do a lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. Which is why reading the tea leaves is so difficult. They made endless spells for BOC as well. A new foot hero or two. Only started actually playing in 4th, but hoping 5th is better. I feel like people who got in 4th, it's probably great to get into 4th, because if you really like 4th, then there's nowhere to go but up. You're going to be like blown away by any and all improvements, probably. I think a lot of my displeasure at 4th has to do with just like being there for all of 1st and 2nd and 3rd and seeing that whole thing and looking at all the cool stuff that used to be here, right? And so if the longer you're into the game, the more you remember each individual like awesome thing that used to be there and is gone. It probably hurts your outlook, I bet. And then, you know, you want to be careful that you don't rose-tinted glasses everything, you know. Yeah, it's basically what Doc said. Second wasn't paradise, but man, there was fun and flavor. Fun, flavor, and options everywhere. You could list build to your heart's content. It was not balanced, and a lot of shit was toxic, and the rules were hella janky. And it was imbalanced in both of the different ways. There's imbalance as far as like a metagame or like intra-army, and then there's inter-army balance, within book balance, within comparing units in the same army, comparing enhancements in the same army. It was imbalanced in both of those huge ways. Yeah, battalions were fun and stuff. So, you know, there was plenty to complain about in second. It was no picnic. But it was one of those things where we're like complaining a lot, but also I guess we didn't know how good we had it. Don't know what you got till it's gone. That's a little bit about, I mean, I don't keep up on it, but that's a bit of what I heard. Ac Lunaris. As bad as 4th it is somehow better than 40k 10th. Now 11th 40k is a good bit better than 10th, so theoretically 5th will be even better than that, hopefully. I got that hopium hooked up. Surgical mask. There's shards and glimpses of a good game in some of the new battle tomes. You have hope for 5th, yeah. The ones they clearly wrote when they were still working on 4th are so much worse than the ones they clearly wrote when they were no longer in crunch time. Parenthetical also that they wrote by people who played the army ever. You know, sometimes it's a mystery and sometimes it's transparent whether or not the person making something, you as the consumer, can identify when that person had passion or not. And with GW, it's very obvious. Reading through a battle tome, if the people who made it had passion for that particular faction or not. You're excited for 5th partially because you have COS in box and ready to build. COS look great. Really like the theme. My only problem is I wish it was more mixed. I kind of liked the melting pot idea that they almost did. I thought it would have been cool. I don't have any problem with armies all being the same race. It seems like as good of a way to divvy it up as any. But I think it's cool when a few of them aren't. It would have been a pretty bold move and risky, which is probably why they didn't do it, but it would have been a pretty bold move to have Cities of Sigmar units be mixed, right? Like you got a dwarf standing next to an elf standing next to a human in the same armor. And you can imagine what players would want to do, right? Like, I want all humans, I want all dwarves, and then the bit sites eBay would go crazy and everything like that. And maybe there's a way to do that better. And so there's risk involved and some unintended effects, but it would have been cool still, I think, to really visual storytelling show the nature of the cities. Maybe they'll hire one parenthetical, more rules writers and expand the team by 33%. RCO's not Melting Pot anymore. Are they just the AoS version of Empire now? In the lore, they are. On the table, they are not. And they're getting less so on the table. And I would prefer the table to reflect the lore more, I suppose. But you know, I'm just a guy who doesn't collect COS, so I suppose, the fuck do I know? Speaking of your comment, Aclinaris, that's one I heard on the grapevine, okay? Insider information. You remember when I talked about the good things Matt Rose is doing as if I was holding up a cross in front of a vampire? Like trying to stave off the inevitable, you know? Besides deciding to have Games Workshop collect data on what people are playing and why, top to bottom, and had to do the infrastructure for that entirely himself, into and including writing the programs that they use to collect such data. And they had not ever done that before, quote. So, like, that's a good thing, right? That's like a structural bean counter thing that you really ought to do that, right? The other thing that he did, he made a decree. And the decree was, structurally within the company and the rules teams, that there ought to be at least each team that does a battle tome ought to include people who play that army. Which again had not been the case up until. So you might think that this is like fantastically boilerplate, right? But those are two things that Games Workshop had never done on purpose, and that they're just starting to now. And the teams having people that play the army on them thing might not even be fully in place yet. It's very recent. And so when I sing Matt Rose's praises, and when I did before, it's always from a nerd in charge of things, structure, systems guy. He's perfect for that. And he's got plenty of game design, well, game development specifically, you know. He just needs that, he needs a partner who is the like kooky, old, creative, funny guy who's like unrestrained creativity, and then he can come in and smooth the edges out. It needed to be a duo, and instead it was just him. And so moving forward, I think he got promoted into like a general overseer kind of thing, and they're bringing a creative person in to work under him. Word on the street is. And you know how pipelines of companies go. That means in about 7 or 8 years, things will be great. Maybe. Or the structure will be there for it to have the potential of being great. The concept of an army book being written by literally nobody that plays the army. Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense. Do you ever open a battle tome and you're just like, you don't play this? Well, that's why. It was true. It was true. All of it. He needs a Kevin Simbedia is what he needs. And let's be perfectly honest here. Kevin needs a Matt Rose kind of, he needs like a lawyer man, okay? He's got to call any Jew, it doesn't matter what their job is, and hire them. Kevin, please. Your family is starving. Get New York on the phone. You think the battle tomes not being written by somebody who plays the army came from people like Phil Kelly writing Eldar and Fantasy Rules for Dark Elves, and they were busted? Two things about that. One, you would hope that your rules writers are professionals instead of low impulse control amateurs, right? I'm not calling Phil Kelly that, even though due to the sentence structure, it sounds like I am. I assure you I'm not. But you should just be a professional, right? And secondly, a lot of battle tomes are written by people who play the army, and those happen to be the good ones. It's just some aren't. It's not like a rule in their company where they're like, we don't want people making their own army overpowered, so we disallow it. It was just they didn't bother to do it one way or the other. It just happened to be the case. So those are my two thoughts on that. You need to hire Warhammer John Romero. Yeah, you had John Romero and John Carmack. The perfect combination, right? You have the kind of rock star creative guy who really is that good, but not quite as good as he thinks, and a little shoot from the hip. And sometimes it's in his own foot a little bit, but he's got it. And then you have John Carmack, like the staggering, towering intellect, super aught, you know, doesn't really have time or care for anything like art or, you know, whatever. I mean, with their powers combined, if you can keep their egos in check, they'll make solid gold. Ahem. Guess I had one more sneeze in me. But also imagine getting hired in the GW rule team because you're the only person who applied and played Gloomspite Gits. They're not that unpopular. It might get difficult when you get down the Fire Slayers, but who knows? You don't really know their process, so forgive my ignorance when I ask, do they playtest their stuff before they put it out? Yes. And they used to as well, although how that playtesting panned out has actually been pretty well documented. It's not exactly a secret who the playtesters during, say, 2nd edition were. And famously, the feedback from the playtesters in that era was, in general, totally ignored. What was that one? Was it? I think it was Seraphon, where the playtesters were like, "This army is busted for the following reasons, so you should probably do something about that." And the official response, and I'm quoting GW here, was, quote, "It's fine." And then it came out, and you had Croaknado for a few months. And then for the next 2 years, they had to nerf them every 3 months when an update came out forever. And fix all that stuff that they said was fine, that was not fine. And so It's Fine became kind of a meme in the community in that era. But the casual players and the general community were so clueless about the real story that they thought the competitive players thought that it was fine. They thought that was the joke. But that wasn't the joke. The joke was the playtesters said it was a problem and GW said it was fine. And they were super wrong. But hey, all right. Now, that's all ancient history. And their playtesting, their system of playtesting and how they do it and how they collate the information has much improved, as has everything under Matt Rose, except for how fun the game is. Matt Rose has done, in defense of Matt Rose, he has done a bang-up job improving everything about Age of Sigmar except for how fun the game is. But look, we're working on it. Also, by the way, the game is playtested on TTS, on Tabletop Simulator. Yep, with that particular app that you're thinking of, the mod. That's how they playtest the game. Oh, there she is. Pink Girl and Pink Chan. Let's go. All right, we got to him. We managed to delay enough to get to Pink Girl and Pink Chan. Pinku Chan. Pink Chan, let's go. Exclamation points. Croconado sounds amazing, though. It was amazing. It was very fun to be the player doing it, not so much for your opponent. Which is what happens when you have crazy rules. Is when you're doing your thing, it becomes a zero-sum fun game. Where you are having all the fun and your opponent is having none of it. Which is why, typically, people ask for more balance. Because it sucks when your opponent is having all the fun and you're having none. I like it when everyone is kind of OP. Everyone is kind of broken. To me, that's what I would prefer. The vision for the game is obviously different than that. But that's what I like. I like Soul Calibur 2 where everyone's fucking bullshit. Everyone's got some fucking bullshit. Yeah, there's the best characters, right? X, Nightmare. Maybe Valdo, I guess, if you're Eris. Are really good. But like everybody's A tier, basically. And everyone's on some bullshit. Except H. Wang. He's bad. He's just bad. But like everybody else. And for a game that is patently unserious, because that's what Age of Sigmar is, I think that kind of thing is not only fine, but it fits better. Like I said in the video, and I've said many times before, you got unserious, mythic, over-the-top fantasy. Mythic over-the-top characters and mythic over-the-top setting. And art. The rules should reflect that. Like, it's a culture shock when you wade past all of that, and then the rules are just, like, really restrictive and very balanced and homogenous. That feels like a switcheroo was done somewhere. A hero desires a ball, and a ball desires hoops. Slamming and jamming through history. Forever rebound. You love TTS because you wouldn't be able to play half as much if it weren't for TTS? Yeah, same. Same with everybody, for the most part, including the playtesters. The only thing is, sometimes TTS mod makers forget why the Eye of Sauron allows them to exist, and they start charging for their shit. And that's when you get shut down. Boilerplate copyright infringement that's actually kind of positive in the net for the whole community, that's fine. Start charging for it, you're gonna get shot. Don't do that. let's don't get overzealous. Do the thing because it's right to do. I mean, as a hobby, if you want to do that, that's fine. It helps everything. I would say that GW should just do their own, but that causes a lot of problems. I understand why they have not done it. You can imagine a bunch of immediate problems, and I'm sure there's a million downstream. Look at what happened to Magic the Gathering after Arena. After Arena Best of One Standard was like the most played format in the world besides Commander, right? Designing for that, you know, but we can't design the card that way because our shitty digital fake Hearthstone 10 years too late can't do that. So why don't you just change the card to work that way or whatever, what have you, you know? It hurts things in that manner. Even if they hadn't done any of the UB slop, which is worse, or fire design, which is worse, if they hadn't done any of that, people today would be complaining about how the game changed because of Arena for the worse. And they would be right. It's like the distant third problem with it. Imagine a Games Workshop TTS style game where you can paint your little guys and maybe there's a bunch of microtransactions. You got to unlock blue, you know, or whatever, and people can play online digitally. You don't ever want the digital to hurt the real. And so what do you do about that? It's terrifying, even though it would make a lot of money if it was good. But it's terrifying what it would do to the percentages of the sales. And so I understand why they have not. Unlock one unit with one physical box purchase, like you scan it or something. The real thing is so much better. That's true, Humongous Ego, it is. But the real version of Magic is way better than MTGO. But I can't play real Magic at 3 a.m. in my boxers on a laptop. You know, caching some modern PTQ. I mean, I'll be asked to leave if I do it in real life. I'm just saying I bought the ticket. Code included in box or something? Yeah, but can you imagine Games Workshop trying to stop like digital counterfeits or cracking their little code system to just get guys for free? Can you imagine them trying to do that? I don't know if they want to do that. Blizzard can't stop botters. And they really would like to, actually. What's GW going to do about it? Then again, they made Warhammer Plus even though Netflix was right there. So, you know, maybe their arrogance knows no bounds. I'm not sure. They can't even make a website. They can't even make an app. I mean, they would hire someone. If they're going to do a real digital version of 40K or AoS, this isn't like, oh, we'll make some Age of Sigmar Night Haunt phone game. Who gives a shit? We'll just license our IP. We don't care. If they were going to do like a real digital version of 40K or AoS, they would care. Money talks, and they would spend infinite to make sure it was perfect. So I'm confident in that part at least. Because you get what you pay for and you pay for what you want. And they would pay for that if they were so inclined to move forward with such a thing. I don't think they really ever will, but... Warhammer Plus has great content, but it really should just be on YouTube. Well, I could see an argument for no. Maybe they want to get paid per view, because making animations like that is very expensive, especially if they're good. It's very expensive, and they would never recoup even a fraction of that cost from like AdSense or something like that. And you don't want an Uber Eats advertisement in front of your Warhammer YouTube, right? It makes sense to put it behind some kind of paywall. Which is why I would think something like Netflix. That makes more sense to me. But then they would only get a cut instead of the whole pie, which is what they wanted, so. But then there's like literally 10 million people in the world who have Netflix and would watch Warhammer on it, but look at a Warhammer Plus subscription and simply say no. So I guess there's that too. I don't know. I don't have Netflix either. Technically I do because I buy it for Gramps so that he has something to watch. But I don't ever use mine. It's just, I give him an account. So I suppose technically I have a Netflix, but not really. Anyway, it's all water under the bridge. Let's get to some cities of Sigmar. Let's start it out, shall we? Game screen turn on. Cities of Sigmar. Any COS players? Heroic traits. Scrolls of Aqshy. These are hero only, but not the cog fort and not the other cog fort. No fun allowed. Pious veteran. Each time you pick targets while declaring a prayer used by a friendly COS priest, if this unit is eligible, you can pick it to be an additional target. I don't know what kind of application that has, but that could be all right. I mean, you put it on a priest so it can target itself with the thing every time. That's obvious. You could do it in a different way. Could be okay. Don't know how good your prayers are, and don't know what heroic traits you're already taking. So I can't say. But on the face of it, in a vacuum, it doesn't appear to be the worst heroic trait. But it's not that good. Technically, you are an average Netflix user. You have it and don't watch it. Oof, good shit. +1. Reaction. Opponent declared a charge ability for a visible unit within 12 of this unit. Bristling attitude. Spend any number of Rage dice, and then your opponent gets free candy. Then roll X dice, where X is the number of rage spent for each 3-up. Subtract 1 from the charge roll. Okay. This is good because ruining someone's charge roll is so brutal that it could lose them the game, even though you're dumping your rage dice completely. But the amount of damage you're preventing by them failing that charge is so huge. Do they roll on declare? They probably don't. They probably roll on resolution, so you're not sure. So you got to make a guess. This won't happen a lot, but it's potentially game-winning, so it's just on the face of it very powerful. Cosmopolitan Leader. Yeah, I wish it would be more of that, actually. I want more of the Cosmopolitan stuff. Pick up the 3 visible, friendly, non-War Machine Sigmarite units. Wholly within 12. Spend 1 rage dice for each target, so up to 3. And then your opponent gets free candy, then add 1 to wound rolls for each target's combat attacks until the start of your next turn. Almost all of these are this turn only. We finally found one that's the good old-fashioned till the start of your next turn. By the way, one of the reasons most of the buffs in the past lasted until the start of your next turn was just it's a little way, but it was yet another way to mitigate the power of the double turn. That's why almost all the old buffs were until your next turn. And moving away from that kind of thing has emboldened the double a little bit. I wonder if they'll keep that thing around. The roll happens on declare, so you know what they rolled, and then you can just cause it to fail like if you were Tzeentch. Okay. So Bristling Attitude went from potentially very strong to really, really strong. You won't use it a lot, but when you do, it's gonna be big. Although they can always just roll boxcars and you're screwed no matter what. Like, never forget. But you'll at least know it before you spend it, which is nice. Decorations for Valhour. Unique enhancements can give to any COS unit that have the champion keyword. Okay. Twin-tailed Comet of Hour. When this unit has any champions, add 5 to its control score. Boo. The Living City Cross. Well, this unit has any champions, subtract 1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks target this unit. Okay. Silver Bullet. Action Order of Merit. Well, this unit has any champions if an enemy unit in combat with this unit uses the Eruption of Fury. It doesn't work. Okay. I don't think they're going to do that a lot. These are not good. I guess you use the Living City Cross because it's free and plenty of units shoot, and you might as well give them a penalty to that. Mostly free shrugs on the decorations for Valor. And if they're not actually free and cost points, then I wouldn't feel too bad not taking any of them, actually. If your list is like exactly 2K, it's like, whatever. If it's 1980, then, you know, punishing shooting is good. It's always good unless it's not. And then we get Pontifex Zenestra and Alchemite Warforger. This chick, I remember she looked really good, and then I didn't follow the game forever. So I don't know if she has been really good or what, but here she is. A 4th Zenestra scroll has hit the edition. Yeah. 9/5/5 4-up, big ward save. Technically has attacks. Priest 2, double priester. Unquenchable faith. If this unit would be destroyed before removing it from play, the unit can immediately use the Sigmarite's Blessing ability below as if it were your hero phase. If it does so, does not count towards the number of prayers. Instead of making a chanting roll, it's just 10, can't be modified. And it lasts forever. Okay, Jesus. So if you kill her, you still get her prayer forever. So I'm about to read a prayer that you can build an army around. Right? Sigmar's Blessing for 5. Pick a visible friendly Sigmarite unit wholly within 12. Then make a chanting roll. Charge +1 dam. If the chanting roll was 10, it has ward 5. Okay, so you give somebody ward. You turn someone into a stone horn, essentially, right? They get a 5-up ward and +1 charge damage. Like, that's good. I don't know if I'm building an army around it. Maybe you just give it to your Death Star, though. And so she's like the Death Star thing. plus a double pre. So she's like the ultimate buff wagon. She buffs the Death Star, and if she dies, then the Death Star is buffed forever. That's kind of cool. I don't know what the main one does if you'd play that instead. And then Alchemist Warforger, people are telling me, is a 10,000% auto-include in the book. The book version is just like so good and everyone plays it. And this version is, he's only good in everything, but you're never replacing that other guy ever. So the fact that they even did him is pointless. He's got the tongue staff. He is made out of tissue paper and dies instantly if anyone looks at him. He cannot fight. He is a Wizard 1. Crucible of Rage. Once per turn, army your hero phase. Spend a rage dice. If you do, apply the effect below. Your opponent gets stuff, otherwise you roll and it might happen. Until the start of next turn, add 1 to casting rolls friendly Sigmar units while they're wholly within 6 of this. Okay, so like, kind of a nod back to the old, was it Phoenicium? Was it, maybe it was, I can't remember. Might have been Hammer Hall. No, it was, I believe it was Hammer Hall, where you had like, you had little covens of bonus to cast wizards. And you were extra good with endless spells later once they added those. Anyway, he gives a +1 to cast, which is like okay, but I'm not taking an entire unit for that. Unless you're a like ritual casting army or something like that, which you're not. Hallow Heart. That's the one. Thank you. Also 2E Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Also 2E Blue Scribes, maybe, in Tzeentch. One of them had a +1 to everybody else. It might have been Blue Scribes. Maybe it was the Magister or something like that. Okay. So Zenestra seems like a quality buff piece that if she dies, then her buff just stays around forever. That's cool if you were doing that. And the Warforger is fine, but you're using the book version. And if the book version was bad, I don't think you would suddenly use this guy that I'm reading here. The decorations or whatever. Bristling Attitude is very strong. And Pious Veteran is alright. Lowercase W? Question mark? Are you actually using any of that stuff in COS? The book version of Pontifex is a neat tech piece that you can build into. This version is a banger buff wagon that slots in well because she's only... Oh, she's 160. Okay. Yeah. In which case, lowercase W. If you weren't thinking about using any of that, it's lowercase L. But, hey, all right. Faction rules, Sylvaneth. Relics of Natur. We did not get anybody who plays Sylvaneth on the show, so I don't know their state. They're probably good, though, because it's Sylvaneth, and they're always good. Reaction, opponent declared a spell ability for an unit. Really? For an unit. Technically correct. Within 30 inches of this unit. Dancing Mystiflies. If the unit is not a wizard, it can use Unbind as if it were. And it gets double Unbindees if it already is. And if it successfully unbinds the spell being reacted to when the caster is within the creeping overgrowth, inflict an amount of mortal damage to the caster equal to the difference between the casting and unbinding roll to a max of 6. Funny. Yeah, an hero, right? One an hero. I don't like it because it doesn't help you unbind that thing. I would rather an auto unbind than a punish them if you roll high thing. You put it on a wizard because then you have double chances at it. But no, this is specifically a reaction. It's not like whenever you unbind, do this. You know, red tape kind of getting in the way of the fun here. And typically, if Sylvaneth is still anything like they've always been, Your artifacts and heroic trait are extremely important to being able to do your combo that you're building around. And you don't have time for like random shit that does something cool if you roll high. Glam Hour Weave. Each phase you can reroll 1 hit, 1 wound, and 1 save. Boring. Amulet of Resonance. If this unit uses Eruption, or you spend as part of Fight Through the Pain, which is the cooler one, when resolving the damage sequence, give 1 ritual point to each visible friendly Sylvaneth Priest Holy within 12. I mean, ritual points are cool, but yeah, I just think your enhancement choices are probably locked in for doing your Sylvaneth combo. I shrug at those. Aspect of the Deep, Deep Woods. Non-hero, non-monster Sylvaneth. So no tree men. Add 2 to the move characteristic while it is wholly within creeping undergrowth. Okay, I read the whole sentence really quick. If I just read this part, I would have been really happy and then kind of sad. I don't know how often you're around creeping overgrowth. You probably still teleport to them. Anyway, increased movement is good, even if it's annoyingly conditioned. Jury's out on this one. Maybe it's good. It might be good. Aspect of Iron Bark. When resolving damage sequence for this unit, if you spend rage dice on Fight Through the Pain, which is the good one, you can reroll any of the dice to determine whether damage points are removed from this unit's damage pool. After the damage sequence has been resolved, if you rolled a total of 10, this ability has no effect for the rest of the battle. Okay. Because Fight Through the Pain, what is that? A 3-up ward? Kinda. Well, it's not a ward, but you roll. And if you roll too well, the shit shuts off forever. Kind of interesting. Once per battle reaction, you declared the Endless Growth ability. If this unit is wholly within creeping overgrowth, for each target of that ability that is wholly within 12, you can pick one of the following. D6 instead of D3. If as a result of another ability you would heal 3, instead of roll a dice, you heal 6 instead. That's a lot of healing. If the target is a Kurnoth, instead of rolling D3 and picking 1, you can return 1. That's good. It is once per battle, but it's a big effect. Okay, so you kind of you're doing that with Sylvan, Kurnoth or something. These are all like interesting to think about, and they all have pluses and minuses. Nothing jumps out the page at me, but I'm not familiar enough with the army to know. So I'm going to say they're good, question mark. We got Kurnoth with Great Swords and Trilorad Ancient. All right, we got the Great Sworders. Crit Mortal, you love to see it. I guess they noticed everybody was taking scythes or something like that, so hey, all right. -1 from Rend for attacks target this unit while they're wholly within their node. Once per turn army, end of your turn. If this unit is not in combat, it can move a distance up to its move, and it must end the move within the creeping overgrowth and not in combat. So you get a free move, but only towards overgrowth if you could make it. And once per turn army, so there's no point in taking any more than 1 squad. I don't know what the normal ones do. A Sylvaneth player is going to have to tell me if this is good. And then Trilorad Ancient. He's got a boom staff that 4 attacks is decent. I mean, it'll miss a lot, but sweeping blows. 5 attacks, 4-2, 1-2. Anti-charge +1 rend. 14-6-3, good save. And then Massive Impaling Talons, which is only 2, but it has Crit Mortal, so sometimes you get lucky and it's funny. Once per turn army, your hero phase, Arcane Osmosis. For the rest of the turn, Each time you make a casting roll for this unit, add D3 to the roll. That's good. It cannot move or be removed from the battlefield. Oh, that's bad. All right. You become an actual tree, and you get on average +2 to your roll. But then you arguably can't play the game. If they're like stationary nodes that just teleport guys places, maybe that's cool. Jade Abjuration on a 7. Pick this unit or a visible friendly Wildwood. Wholly within 12. Ignore the effects of any spell abilities on units, friendly and enemy, while they're within 6 of the target. Weapons used by manifestations have a max attack characteristic of 1. Do people still use those manifestations? Double Wizzy. He's still a double Wizzy. Forest Elder. I mean, probably not. I feel like you take your really cool monster heroes instead. At the risk of being entirely wrong because I am not familiar with Sylvaneth whatsoever, Sylvaneth L. Next, Fire Slayers. Gonna need a lot of help here. Marks of Volcatrix. These are just mount traits. You give them to your Magmadroths. Thick and Scales. -1 incoming rend. Not even melee, just any weapon. Check, please. We have a winner. Let's read the others, though. Reaction, you declared a fight ability. Zuriate Hide. After that fight ability has been resolved, if any enemies were slain, you pick a visible friendly priest, wholly within 12, and they just get ritual points. Okay. Unless they themselves are a priest, that's probably not going to happen, but it could. Any shooting phase, intense fire stream. Taco Bell. Spend 1 rage dice, your opponent gets free candy, add X to the range characteristic, and X to the attack characteristic of this unit's companion ranged weapons, of which I don't think any are good. But maybe I'm not thinking of the right one. And it gets shooting combat. I guess that's the fire stream. The breath weapon. So you can pump your breath weapon. It's Thick and Scales. Good shit. New prayer lore, Vulcan Gifts. Ichor of the Salamander. Pick a friendly Fire Slayer's Priest. Visible friendly Fire Slayer's unit, wholly within 12. If the chanting roll was 6 up, you can pick 2, otherwise just 1. It's easy to pray on a 3. If the target is a Magmadroth, each time their blood ability would inflict 1, it inflicts D3 instead. That's good. If the target is a non-Magmadroth, each time you make an unmodified save roll of 1, it inflicts 1. Okay, so it gives them the blood or it juices the blood. This is a cool, flavorful ability. And it's unlimited. And it's easy to pray for. Hey, alright. Dude, a Magmadroth water balloon filled with magma, where each of its life points can convert into D3 mortals, is fucking hilarious and terrifying to me. Furia Volcatrix on a 4. Visible friendly Fire Slayers, wholly 12. Add 1 to hit rolls for the target's combat attacks, including those made with companion weapons, until the start of your next turn. That's good. Just +1 to hit, and it works on companion stuff too. That's great. Save you a command point. In addition, if the chanting roll was 8, add 1 to the tax characteristic of melee weapons, including companion. What a buff. Dude, what a buff. I've read 2 good abilities. I've read 3 good abilities. That's crazy. Blazing Impetus. Friendly within 12. The chanting roll was 10. You can pick another eligible. Okay. Hard to pray for, though. Each target can use the normal move or retreat as if it were your movement phase. Okay, so double movies. Hard to pray for, unfortunately, but double movies is good in the really slow army. This is a banger prayer lore. I don't know what your normal prayer lore is looking like, but this is kind of nice. This shit slaps. 3 good abilities, although I'm concerned about the cost on this one. Cool, dude. Also, I just have to point out that, and I know this is good already, and oh, he's got to find something negative. If your monster has a breath weapon, it should just come stock standard shoot in combat. What are we doing here? If your monster has a breath weapon, like, you shouldn't have to take some awful thing to, like, it should just have that. How did the creature evolve to get a breath weapon in the first place if it can't use it in combat? The sniper, maybe the sniper short 6-inch range thing. I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. He's shy. It's fine. Auric Rune's son, this dude. I think we saw him maybe in a preview or something. The breath weapon is actually good. Oh, so the breath weapon is actually good, so it becomes a choice that maybe you do use this. I don't want to give my opponent so much juice, but I guess if you just kill them, then they can't use it, right? It's nice to have a default choice that's just excellent. And then, well, what if you want to get risky for a benefit? Look at that. Look at how you have the sure bet that always works and the risky thing, but that might actually be good. Interesting choice there. 14, 10, 4, a little fragile. Got a 6-up though, maybe not. So, well, I get to read it now. Roaring Fire Stream, anti-infantry rend. 10 range, pretty short. 4, 3, 3, 1, 3. Meh. I mean, I shrug. You said this is good? So if we spend 7 rage dice on it, it's a 17-inch range. 17 shot. No, sorry, 11 shot 331 D3. So it gives it a good range instead of a bad range, and it's kind of a little blazer, kind of a chain gun. Then if you're spending like the max and capping your opponent out on fury, which I would probably not recommend to do. Okay, I see the vision. I would just take the anti-rend. I don't want to give my opponent stuff, but maybe I'm too concerned about doing that, you know? Projectile dysfunction, +4. +4. Anyway, ancestor weapons, 5 attacks, 3, 3, 1, 2. Sometimes 2, 2 against monstars. 6, 4, 2, 1, 2. 2, 4, 2, 2, 3. And these shits get all those bonuses, right? We got that prayer. Combat attacks. Melee weapons. Okay, I was just checking if this thing helped out that fire stream at all. It does not. Not a big deal. I'm sure there's a way to get a bonus to your shooting attacks if you really feel like it. Blood each time you make an unmodified save roll of 1. Inflict 1 mortal. Oh, I forgot. I forgot this is what Volcanic Blood does now. The pain of 4th edition. I forgot. I thought it was still the Volcanic Blood where you essentially just take their entire hit point pool and you cut it in half, and that's how many mortals you take when you're attacking into it. That changes what I think about this one up here now. The Earth Salamander thing. Okay, I thought these guys were 14 wound water balloons where you were just going to take 7d3 when you killed them. Actually, it's due to how many ones you roll to save, so it's much more infrequent. What's the second half of the thing you get? Oh, it's just that if it's a Magmadroth. And then it gives you that ability. So, like, the way that this becomes better or good now is if someone dumps a 2-gallon bucket of D6s on the table, and you technically do need to roll saves for all of them. And so you roll like 40 saves and get a shitload of ones, and then the opponent kills themselves. Like that's, so it becomes good against buckets of dice, in other words. Which, and buckets of dice are relatively much less common now. But okay, that paints my opinion of the other thing. Once per turn army, any combat phase, you're seeing rad. Spend a rage die and then give your opponent some shit. Channel Dire. Add 1 to the attacks characteristic of this unit's companion melee weapons for the rest of the turn. Or roll any number of dice equal to your fury. For each 4-up, heal 1. Okay, so self-healing. Or you just give it a ward 5 for the rest of the turn. And it starts with a 6. And it's once per turn army. So you cannot take 2 of these guys and have fun. And it's at the start of combat. And so you'll know which one of these you want to use. If it's the start of combat and your opponent is going first, then you give yourself the ward. If you're going first, you give them the attacks, right? Like, you'll know by the time you're going to use it. Fire. Blood and Vengeance. Pick a friendly Auric Runefather to be the target. Okay, so you got the Son and the Father. Add 1 damage of this unit's melee weapons, including companion weapons, while the target is in combat, damaged, or destroyed. And that's deployment. Cool. Now, this doesn't say... No, it does say including companions, so we're good. Dude, 4 damage on... I mean, okay, it's only 2 attacks, but like, hey, +1 dam, kind of nice. And then battle damaged. Okay. Okay. And then, Vulcan Flame Seekler. These dudes, they're brand new. They do have a 6-up ward. They do have a 5-up save, and they are impossibly slow. These are the beast-taming fire slayers who seek out Magmadroth eggs. They got Vulcan with 3 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1/1, +1 rend. And then they got grills, dude. They gold plate their teeth, and then they crit mortal bite you. That's not true. There's probably some funny creature that follows them around with a single attack for 2 damage. 9 models in the unit. Once per turn army, your hero face. Fiery Disposition. And they do the rage dice thing. Then pick 1 of the following effects to apply at the start of your next turn, where X is your fury level. It's fury level, not how much rage you spent, so that's cool. Add X to the move. Oh, look. You can become fat at the cost of giving your opponent a resource. You can get plus something to your movement. Or you add to its control score, which when do you do this? Your hero phase? It's possible you may do that. Probably not. But it's within the realm of possibility that you do that. Add X to attack characteristic of the teeth, just the teeth. 7 toothers. Okay. Well, if you need something to be fast, the time you want it to be fast is always. And it won't be fast right out the gate. I don't know. I don't like it. Yeah, it makes it move faster at the cost of giving your opponent resources. Nah. Is this, are these guys, did people play these? I mean the normal ones from the Battle Tome, not that particular scroll. I think this is Fireslayer's dub. Regardless of whether or not they play that guy, they do play these. It's a million attacks at Rend 1 and Rend. Is that good enough? But I'm looking at these marks, okay? This shit's great. This one is a meme. Parenthetical positive. This one, nope. All these prayers seem good. This prayer is much less good when I remembered that the Magmadroth blood isn't as cool as it used to be, but yeah, the prayer lore slaps. This guy seems kind of funny if you want to give your opponent power, but I don't want to, typically. And these guys have a million attacks at Rend 1, Damage 1. That's kind of cool. And you could be fast sometimes, and you can win the game sometimes. Notably, this type of win the game with Fiery Determination, I think, is much less meaningful than the type of win the game in the category of teleport to an empty objective on turn 5, cause a charge to fail, you know, opponent can't retreat, you know, things like that. I think they're a lot more meaningfully steal the game from someone than this thing, but it could happen with this thing. It's possible. People just spam Magmadroths these days. One dad plus X sons. Sons with +1 damage slaps. Oh, so then you don't use this guy at all then. Because if you're trying to play more than one son, you can't. Because you can't use this version and your book version. But the prayer lore is good, and the marks are good. Fireslayer's W. Hey, good shit. Also, it's once per army, so you can't use multiple of the Aqshy one anyway. And you probably don't want to be spending that much rage anyway, but maybe you do. I don't know. Did we do Nurgle yet? Yes. Yeah, we did everything except order last time. This one is half a copy of the SOG. Okay. Was the SOG beloved? Did they keep something that everybody likes? What was the consensus? I can't remember at all. Like, I can't remember a single thing about it. And normally I would be memeing about that. Like that it sucked and so I can't remember, but I actually don't have any clue if it was good or not. Am I going to refresh my memory here? The Snuggies was funny, but your army is really good, so it doesn't matter what they do for the scroll, and I don't think the scroll was that exciting. But somebody who really remembers can chime in, and maybe I'm wrong. Translator's note: Yeehaw is a cute sound Americans make. That's a funny comic. I like that one. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. It was a bad answer because I just can't remember. I can't. I brought people on to tell me the state of all these armies and everything. I'm trying to recall. But I remember that everybody liked Nurgle except for their opponents who hate Nurgle because it's annoying to play against. But that's what it means to be good. And you shouldn't pity the peasants. And it's just like fun and good. So if the Aqshy scroll was blank, it would still be fine because the army is good, supposedly. Artifacts of power for Crowd and Overlords. Persistent Drilly Billy. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12 of this unit to be the target. Don't like that. Too close. Roll a d3 on a 2-up. Inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. If the target unit's starting size is 1, strike 1 for hit rolls, target's attacks still starting your turn. Bad. Experimental Aether-powered Ejector Rig. Remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up again wholly within 3 of a friendly sky vessel and more than 9 from enemies. Any combat phase, once per battle. Oh, so you pieced the fuck out? It's good. If you want a hero to not die and it just happens to get charged, he can fuck off. That's cool. It doesn't necessarily help your game plan any, but it's cool that you can piece out like that. I think that's fun. Yeah, it's once per battle, but you don't want somebody using that ability more than once per battle. For once, I'm okay with it. Hitoshi King Auto Endarin, your movement phase. Pick a visible enemy within 18. There's a good range. Until the start of your next turn, subtract your opponent's fury level from the target's control score. That probably won't matter, but it could matter. Use your opponent's fury level at the point the unit's control score is determined, which is at the very end of the turn. So this is like insurance in case you don't kill everything after your charge or shoot. And so you have to have guys on that objective too. No, I don't care. I'm choosing something else. I'm choosing something that like actually does something. This one's funny though. Article references given to a non-hero KO infantry. Article 15.4, Your Honor, ahem. Add 1 to hit rolls for this unit's combat attacks that target an enemy unit that has fly, that hast fliegend. Add 1 to wound rolls for this unit's combat attacks that target an enemy unit that does not fly. Look at my boy. They're all grown up. They're starting to write good rules. It does something if they have fly. It does something if they don't have fly. And it kind of makes sense. Also, yeah, funny Easter egg. Flying rules are 15.4 in the rules. Hey, whoever wrote this, give them a raise. And then ask them who deserves to be fired in secret. And then announce it in public and say it was them. And they're responsible. Article 20, Amendment 2, my dude. Enemy charge phase, once per battle. If this unit has not charged, pick an enemy unit that did charge and is in combat with this unit. Target's attack cannot score crits. Treat them as regular hits instead. It's a good silver bullet if you get caught out. Article 25.6, friendly Quadrant Overlord heroes have Ward 5 while they're within this unit's combat range. That's pretty good. You make a bodyguard out of anything. I like them. I like them. The fact that 15.4 is the fly rule too. We need more. We need more Tylenol references here. This is wonderful. It's a wonderful Easter egg. I love to see it. I can't say enough good things about that. More. I need this shit everywhere. Anyway, these are cool. You can make a bodyguard out of something. You can give something generically good bonuses. It is combat attacks only, though, right? So, ostensibly a shooting army, which is why it's okay to write something like this. You know, if you give this rule to ogres, it's probably not okay. Well, I guess ogres is a poor choice there because they already wound on 2s. But you know what I mean. Like, you give this to a combat army and it's a problem, but you give it to KO and it's just fun. Anyway, good shit. Null Chemist and Engine Riggers. It's got the Null Gas Extinguisher. That choking fug. Range 8, impossibly short range. It's a war crime that this thing has an 8-inch range. That being said, it is a gas weapon of war, so it is technically a war crime. Anyway, good work. Customized null suit. Can use unbind and banish as if it was a wizard. Add one of the number of dice rolled making unbind rolls. Ooh. We're getting our bonus unbindies back to a maximum of 3. And he is a diligent researcher. Each time your opponent spends any rage dice as Eruption of Fury, and this unit isn't in combat, you can move XD6, where X is the number of rage dice spent. So he's a hunter. He's hunting the rage. From downtown, 30 inches away, some corn player spends all their rage, and he moves 7d6, which is what they would write in the article, you know? And he's in your face. Now, what does he do once he's in your face? Absolutely nothing, which is his problem. He doesn't do anything. He's got some bad shooting attacks, and he's not good in combat. He has an unbind. I don't know if the army doesn't have any of those or something, but he doesn't do anything, so he's bad. However, very cool, flavorful ability that sucks when it's put on a guy who doesn't do anything. You think you can only use max 3 on Eruption? Oh, yeah, that's true. It is max 3. What was your plan, Mr. Null? His plan was to sprint across the table, you know, move 11 inches and be right up in your face, you know? And then roll 3d6 on a bunch of on this stuff and do like 2 damage, and then someone kills him. He just wants to be a part of what's happening here. He was going to put his control 2 to good use. Endrin Riggers. 2-12-3. Rapid fire rivet gun. Range way too short for a shooting army. I disagree with that. 3 attacks. 3-4-1-1. Sky Rigger heavy weapon. 15. Still pretty short for your heavy weapon. 15's fine, I guess. 15 should be the minimum range for basically any gun in all of KO if I were writing the book. But maybe that's why I'm not allowed to write the book. Things would change around here. But hey, all right. And goofy ass one shot 2d6 shit that doesn't do anything. Yeah, whatever. Aromatic saws. And a gun butt. And everybody is equipped with like 1 of 3 of all that stuff. Champion cannot replace their weapons, because that's how they come in the box, I guess. Once per turn army, your hero phase, we're working here. Hey, use. Till the starting next turn, if this unit has not charged, the following cumulative effects apply depending on your fury level. You are varying levels of upset. Okay, you start out irked. Saws have crit auto wound. Okay. Exacerbated. Ward 5, you love to see it. And +1 dam. Cool. So if you're just chilling there, holding your fury, these guys get cool. That's like a decent potential. Can we flood the board with these guys? Is this fun? No, we can't. It's a once per turn army. No fun allowed. Never mind. Is it worth revolving your army's strategy on just holding fury forever to get 1 reinforced unit good, maybe? As part of like a combo that deploys them and charges them or something? Yeah, fury retention. Dude, it makes you powerful. I read it online. Once per turn army is a cancer ravaging AoS 4th. Yeah, it's like this land enters tapped. Now, the reason they do that is because they don't want you to spam stuff. And if they don't want you to spam stuff, basically forbidding you from taking any more than one of it is a way to stop you from spamming it, right? Like, no one will do that. I'm just saying, first of all, what's so bad about spamming stuff? That's fun. And second, I feel like there has to be a middle ground somewhere. You know? Well, what about 2? Can I do 2? Is that okay? When does it become spam? Is 3 spam? Maybe. 4 spam is probably yes. I feel like I think a reasonable person would say that 4 is spamming. 3 is a gray area and 2 is perfectly safe. Maybe. It's spam when it's good. Ooh, that's a good one. That's actually insightful. Yeah, you're probably right. Fifth, that is going to have twice per battle feature creep. Yeah. Use it only thrice per battle. In thy mercy. So this one's kind of funny, but I don't know if you would use it. The articles are free and good and neat. And this is something that, like, so this is the type of thing you would want to build an army around, which I'm so I'm dying of thirst for things to build an army around, and for that this is like interesting. But once per turn army probably kills the crab. Maybe you do play 1 reinforced unit, and then that's like your main hammer. This guy has an interesting ability, but he doesn't do anything. Lowercase W? A lowercase w that's such a lowercase w that it almost looks like a line unless you zoom in. And once again, I'm not familiar enough with the army to say whether it's much needed or not, or what they're doing. Next. Did cities. Sarap Han. Time for the dinos. Time for Dinor. Have we seen Gloomspite Gits? Yes. And you're the second person to ask that. I can't remember if they were good, though. What did we say? You're the second person to answer it, and I still can't remember? Somebody tell them. Somebody tell that YouTube chatter. I can't remember if the Gits scroll was good. Their army is like okay, kind of a meme right now, but the Bad Moon battle trait is still horrible. Just bad design top to bottom. But the spell lore was cool. Oh, it had the good spell lore. That's right. You do genuinely think the once per battle on these is to prevent spam? Yeah, to me, that's the only thing that makes sense. The reason they don't want spam is because they don't want demand on these kits to cause sellouts on the good thing. That's your tinfoil hat. I guess well, logistically, it's not bad when too many people want to buy your stuff as a business. That's a good problem to have. But they don't want to respond to that demand by increasing production, and then a new edition comes out and that unit is garbage and no one wants it. And so they increase production, and now they have more supply, and now the demand is gone. In which I would say to them, how does it fucking feel, you bitches? Doesn't feel good, does it? When the rules change and screw you over. Fuck you. Shoes on the other foot, huh? Oh, shit. Rug pulled yourself this time instead of me. Eat shit for life. Anyway, but it does make sense. It does make sense. Faction rules, Seraphon, heroic traits. Serving to the Cosmic Order. Hero only. Arcane Determination. Add 10 to this unit's control score while it is wholly within 12 of a manifestation. Nope. Calm and Collected. Reduce your and your opponent's fury levels by up to 3 to a min of 0. You must reduce both by the same amount. Anti-league mechanic. Okay. I'm guessing Seraphon is a strong army because they only give anti-league mechanics to armies that are already strong. Maybe that isn't true, but it so far has seemed to be. And as always, Lord of Space and Time, one of my favorite names for an ability ever. This enhancement can only be given to Slan Star Masters. Pick any number of friendly Seraphon units wholly within 12 of this unit that have not used the move ability this turn to be the targets. End of turn. So a stationary... Well, okay, it could have teleported. No. You have to target things that didn't move. So I guess those things had to teleport. This unit gains a number of stored time points equal to the number of targets picked. Then if it has 5 or more, pick 3 visible enemy within 18. In your opponent's next turn, Howl of a move characteristic. Okay, that's toxic. And you can only essentially successfully use this thing once per battle. This is a whole lot of words. This is an inelegantly written rule. They want you to do a whole song and dance, I guess, before you do this toxic thing. Okay. I don't know what you're choosing in your army of Seraphon. Usually Seraphon is pretty combo focused. So you might not have willy-nilly heroic traits to just spend. Obviously, halving 3 enemy units move characteristic at 18 is incredibly strong. I'm not sure about the hoops, and I'm not sure what it is fighting against. You still just take the +2 move to Cavern monsters, unfortunately. To me, that's a fortunately. In a certain respect. Monstrous traits. Hey, they get them. Armour Cruncher. Hey, I remember when Beastclaw had this. That shit was tight. You can spend 1 rage die. If you do, your opponent gets stuff, or you could just roll a die. -1 save rolls for the target for the rest of the turn. That's incredibly good. This shit slaps. This is very good. Titanic Slam. Enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Your combat phase only, though. This one is any combat phase. This one is your. Roll a die, add 1 to the roll if the unit charged. On the 3-up, target has strike last. It's really good. It's only on your combat phase, though. Which means this is like a way of getting 2 units into combat at the same time and not being punished for it. It's not like your opponent outplays you and you still win ability if it was your opponent's combat phase, right? And Chameleonic Camouflage. When this unit has not used the move ability in the same turn, it is not visible to enemy units more than 12 away. So it's if you're camping some objective, I guess. Or if you teleport. This shit is great. This one is decent. And this one is a combo. Damn. If only my monster traits looked anything like that. Saurus Scar Veteran on Agoradon, which I believe we looked at on an article. Seraphon's best upgrade is not listed here. They give them a free map teleport. Oh, because is it the... Did they make their faction terrain do something? So people want to buy that product they made? Because I remember their faction terrain wasn't very good, and then they made it cost points, and then no one played it. Or bought it. And I guess that's an issue. A free map teleport. Anyway, 8-10-4. Kind of fragile. Not as fast as you would like. 4-3-3-2-2, sometimes 3. And 3-4-3-2-2. Not the craziest damage profile I've ever seen. Once your battle army, the cunt begins. Pick this unit and up to one friendly Seraphon Cav that have not been deployed. Set up that friendly cavalry unit in reserve, stalking their prey. Then either set up this unit stalking, or set up this unit wholly within friendly territory, and they've now been deployed, and then you can deposit them. Cool. Redeploy, not the ability, but just colloquially speaking, redeploy things are good. And the fact that you can put them in the zone if you want to is kind of neat for your cav. Reaction: opponent declared a Chouette ability, Reptilian Instincts, even if in reserve. Pick each friendly unit that is stalking. After that, shoot ability has been resolved. Set up each target on the battlefield more than 9 from all enemy and within 18 of the unit that used the shoot. Okay, so they're writing rules for the Jurassic Park clever girl meme, which I think is wonderful. That's a great idea to do. Then you can spend up to 3 rage dice. If you do, your opponent gets candy. Each target can move X, where X is the number of rage dice spent. So just a shimmy. Just a little shimmy. Then for the rest of the turn, each time the target uses a charge ability, it must end the charge in combat with the unit that used the shoot ability. Okay, this is a very flavorful, fun rule, this shit here. I'm enamored by how cool this is. I don't think this unit is that good, but you might play it and do that. If these, it really just depends on if this cavalry is good or not. If your cavalry is good, this is a really cool trick. I don't know what you're doing in your army though. Anyway, good Jurassic Park reference. And then an alternative Slan Starmaster, 9556. And he's got Azure Lightning, efficient for crits. Once per battle army deployment, commentary alignment. Pick a battle round. At the start of that battle round, set your and your opponent's fury to 7. Then at the start of that battle round, after the one you picked, they get set to 1. Interesting. I don't like giving my opponent 7. You go like, all right, battle round 2. At battle round 2, we're going to party. And battle round 3, no fun allowed. Kind of interesting. Celestial Unmaking. Pick a visible enemy within 12, way too close. But in this army, you do have those skink on the back of Gooby Dino that you can cast through. So even though this range sucks, maybe in the army it's better. So every next turn, other than the companion weapon abilities for the target's attacks have no effect. Okay, so it's actually Celestial Fun Making, as in Fun Police. And then once per turn army, your combat phase, Arcane HeyWoah. Friendly manifestation wholly within 18. Spend up to 3 rage dice. Then for the rest of the turn, add X to the damage characteristic of the target's melee weapons, or X is the number of rage dice spent. Surely there's some endless spell with like 1,000,000 attacks that are all like damage 1 or something. That could be cool. Anyway, he's a wizard 3. If only I knew what Seraphon were doing. Are they enslaving endless spells? So these both are just like, hey, you want to do something cool and fun, but maybe not that good? Arcane Areola. All right, +2. I'll give you a +2. But these monsters traits are great, and the other bonuses they got for this edition work out. It took the Cav Hero from something you never take to something you may take. Okay. Lowercase w. Faction rules. Idneth Sleepkin. Champions of the Tides. Once per battle, any hero phase, Abyssal Dweller. Well, they know how to write IDK traits. It starts with once per battle. They're cursed with those. Pick an objective with an 18 for the rest of the battle while enemy units are contesting it. Subtract the current battle round from those units' move characteristic. Ooh. And they can't run, retreat, or charge. Ugh. Well, I see why it's once per battle. Because it's good. Very tricky. Very tricky. It's kind of neat to see once per battle abilities that really should be. I'm used to seeing once a battle abilities that are worse than passives that still had you roll a die. So we're improving in some places. It's not all worse than it used to be. End of your turn, Cursed Lineage. Pick a visible enemy within 12. Roll number of dice equal to your opponent's fury for each 3. Bad. Adherent of Kir Nadar with an extra R. Your hero phase. Pick a visible enemy within 12. Too short. You can spend 1 rage die. If you do, it auto works, otherwise you roll. For the rest of the turn, ignore negative modifiers to hit rolls and wound rolls for combat attacks made by friendly IDK that target that enemy hero. Okay. This is like a dog pile. It's a dog pile type of debuff. Pretty short range. And also a silver bullet. I like Abyssal Dweller. Potentially wins games. Very strong, but you might not always use it profitably. Athersea Companions. Non-hero IDK units. They get little funny friends. Iron Shell Barnacles. If it's infantry, -1 from damage of weapons used by attacks that target it. If it's Cav, -1 attacks. Sorry, -1 rend. And if it's monster, ignore negative modifiers to run and charge rolls for it. Huh. Well, like everything else in Idna Deepkin, I like what the Cav gets. Axian Sea Nettles. Unless you're using the eels that are immune to Ren sometimes. If they still have that, I can't remember. Axian Sea Nettles. Any charge phase. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit that did charge. Spend a rage. Ahem. Other enemy units cannot use fight if the target is eligible to be picked. Okay, yeah, this is the Taunting Elf. So you have Taunting Elf ability, which is tricky. -1 incoming rend, which is good. And pick a visible enemy within 12, too close. Roll a die on a 3-up, cannot use move abilities for the rest of the turn. We have a winner. That's good. Your movement phase, specifically. Wait. Your movement phase. For the rest of the turn. This is just like redeploy countercharge. I mean, yeah, no shoot and hop, I guess. Your movement phase. So what's the situation where you would want to do this? You're scared of countercharge. Well, they would just charge you in their turn instead. I guess it's like you really want to get a charge off and you don't want them to redeploy to make your charge roll higher, I suppose. It's a lot more niche than I thought, but stopping someone from using any movement abilities on their own turn would be sort of ridiculously oppressive, right? I don't know, maybe this one still has some use. It's sort of like kind of helping you make charges, but not really. And also, a lot of times your opponent spends a command point to roll a 1 anyway. I don't know. Kind of all over the place about it. Isharan Tidecastler. Got that pelagic staff, which is a pelagic zone is like a, what is it? A certain depth of the ocean. Master of the Ethersea. Once per turn army or hero phase. Visible friendly IDK unit wholly within 12. If it's Namarti, pick one of the following effects to apply. Otherwise, make an Isharan ritual roll. On a 3-up, pick one of the following, okay? If you choose a bad unit, you get one for free. If you pick a good unit, you have to roll for it. Pick one of the target's melee weapons. Crit 2 hits. It's pretty good. Protection of the Waves. Ward 5. While this unit is within 3 of and visible to the target. Both have Ward 5. So a Master and Commander kind of thing. I don't know if she can keep up with anything you're trying to give this to, though, which softens this one. Frenzy of the Ethersea for each unmodified hit roll of 1. For combat attack that targets this, inflict 1 mortal afterwards. I mean, crit 2 hits, probably. I don't know if she can keep up with eels, or sharks, or whatever fast flying thing you use. No. No thanks. Namarti Revelers. 7-inch move, no armor. 1 health. 12 is really short for 5 save guys with 1 life. Crit auto wound, though, and they're wound on 4, so you get a lot of value from that crit auto wound. I guess they lost the bunch of extra shots if you are that close. Once per turn army reaction, you declare to shoot ability. So this is where you get to strike and fade. After the shoot ability is resolved, if all of this unit's attacks targeted the same enemy, and any models that were slain, pick one of the effects below to apply. If all of this unit's attacks target the same enemy unit and no models in that unit were slain, roll a die, and then sometimes it works. Okay, so you have to actually kill something. Start 1 from ward rolls for the target. For the rest of the turn, ignore positive modifiers to save rolls for the target. So they don't actually get out of the way. I thought I was prepared to be reading, and then they fuck off so that they can't get countercharged. But this is like a combined arms sort of thing. You shoot them with your Reavers so that they don't get modifiers to save rolls, or subtract 1 from ward, and then your real damage hammer charges in and kills the thing. So they're like a buff unit. But you have to get really close to do that. Might not be worth it. They're probably pretty cheap, though. They're probably like 100 points or something. 120 maybe? I don't know. I think it's a maybe. That's a good buff. Kind of annoying to qualify for on the table. But if they're pretty cheap, you might do it. Adoneth Deepkin players will have to help me out on this one. Abyssal Dweller seems really good. Every single thing else is like meh. And the Reavers maybe. -1 Rend for free on your guys is good. I think this is the smallest W in the world, but it is a W maybe. Stormcaster Eternals. Artifacts of Power. Pennant of Azurite Majesty. Pick a visible enemy unit within 18 to be the enemy target. Then you can pick a friendly Stormcast within 12. Spend 1 rage dice. Then for the rest of the turn, while this is visible, subtract 1 from casting rolls and add 1 from casting rolls. Okay. I think some people use the big dragon sometimes or whatever. I don't like it. Blade of the Six Smiths. You have to pick an enemy within range. It's not a up to or may. And you have to give your opponent candy for just +1 to cast. Nah. Blade of the Sixers. Pick one of this unit's non-companion melee weapons. For this turn, have the attacks characteristic, but double the damage. Attacks made with the weapon score crits on a 3-up. This is fun. They've remembered what fun means. I love this. It's probably not any good or competitive if you're trying to win or something, but they need more things for little Timmy to have fun in this game. This is fun. Fractured Astral Jewel. If an ability would heal or return any slain models to an enemy while they're within 6, it doesn't work. It's too short. No. Okay, so no. Fun. Maybe not good, but fun. £100 for Spicy Reavers, by the way. I think you try to make it work then. At that cost, I think you just try to spin those plates. Aina Deepkin is and always has been about spinning 7 plates at the same time. To be about as good as anyone else, sometimes worse. Very briefly, much better. And so spin those plates. You know? Scars of War. Appropriate. Non-beast Stormcast Eternals. Non-hero. Uncaged Lightning. Each time enemy unit in combat with this unit moves or is removed from the battlefield, after it's resolved, if that enemy unit is on the battlefield and not in combat, D3. This is like double punishing retreats and stuff? No. Veterans of Amberstone Watch. Works for pylons too? I don't think it does. Because it's the intervening if clause here is if that enemy unit is on the battlefield and not in combat with this unit. So piling in, they would still be in combat with this unit. So it's bad. Veterans of Amberstone Watch. Enemy units do not have the strike first keyword while they're in combat with this unit. Silver bullet, but a power one. And then Pyrotechnic Souls. When this unit is destroyed, gain 3 rage dice. Okay, so Scars of War. Scars of War, I have tended to see, aren't particularly powerful. Having the safety blanket of just being immune to strike first is a completely fine ability to give to my guy for 10 points or free. Hopefully free. You know, these things don't have to knock you out. It's just, hey, you're immune to strike first. Fucking great, dude. Actually great. Iridian the Witness, which sounds like I'm doing the CG Bust thing, but I'm not. That's his name. 12, 12, 3, 6. Oh, shit. We got a good wheel. Finally. Finally, a good fucking wheel. Especially because he fly. Axe of the Final Threshold, crit mortal, slammer. Airy Axe's plunging talons, jammer. Nice combat profile, dude, actually. Yeah, truly Iridan Storm Rage, the Betrayer. How is it even possible? It's fucking... The Flames of Hope. You can reroll resistance rolls for friendly Ruination Chamber units while they're wholly within 12. That's cool. Isn't Iridan a woman? It's been too long since the model came out, so I don't know. And also I can't tell because they're in full plate. And Iridan, I mean, the name Iridan sounds masculine to me, but I don't know. Once per turn army, any combat phrase, on Wings of Beth. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. If the target charged this turn, apply the effects below. Otherwise, roll a die on a 3-up. Any combat phase. You can remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up within 1 of the target, or -1 from hit rolls for target's attacks for this turn. That's the good one. Hey, nice rampage. It's the same as the previous ones. It's a they. Oh, it's a they. Okay. They made a big deal about them being a they on release. Oh, okay. Literally teleports behind you, nothing personnel, kid. They kept this from the previous GHB basically wholesale. Did people like it and use it? Seems like he fucked shit up. I keep saying he because it, like, guy armor. But they, I guess. It's so difficult to say that, right? It shouldn't be, but that's how my brain categorizes everything since the 80s. Ugh. Your hero phase 3, Demands of the Witness. Pick a visible friendly Ruination Chamber unit wholly within 12 of this unit. Okay. If the chanting roll was 7, you can pick another. Until the start of the next turn, add 1 to the rend characteristic of each. Oh, that's great. Yeah, +1 rend? Hell yeah. On a 3? Good shit. Once per turn army reaction, this unit was picked to be the target of a non-core ability. When you see a concert and it was really bad, and so you demand a non-core. All right. Guardian of the Final Threshold. Make a resistance roll of d6 on a 3-up. The ability has no effect. Yep, that's great. I love it. They are unplayable without this. Because I was looking at this and I'm just like, this looks like a generically excellent unit. Like, it's got an ignore stuff. It's got buffs that can hit itself that are good. You can re-roll that shit. Hell yeah. On Wings of Death is good. It fights well. Its profile is good. 12, 12, 3, 6. Like, does it all. I was about to sing their praise, but if it's just the same as it was before, then fair enough. But you got to keep the good thing. That's nice. Don't worry, you made a they-them friend last year, and it's taken you like a year to get it into your head. Yeah. I mean, it's happened to me too, but it's so much harder when they used to be a man. Like, I had this friend in college a million years ago, like 2000, 2001 or something like that. And it was part of the friend group, and I knew them as a man for like 2 years. And that's so much harder. Like, if I was introduced to somebody and they're like, hi, I'm they, or whatever, like, okay, that's then I can grab that at that moment and slot it into my brain and put it in that box. And it's still hard. But man, it was brutal. I could not do it. Like full subconscious, didn't even realize it. Absolutely nonstop. You just don't think about the basics of language like that ever until you're confronted with accidentally hurting someone by doing something that doesn't matter normally. And the worst part is, they were a fucking dickhead. Not about this in any way. They just, like, they were in the friend group, but they happened to be a dickhead. And it made it worse. I didn't mean anything by it. And so they thought I was doing it on purpose. But I wasn't. Like, they're people just like everybody else. Some of them are fucking dickheads. All right? It's just the luck of the draw. You were in elementary school in 2001. Hey, this is an 18 plus stream. Wait a minute. I look at my calendar. Oh shit, I'm fucking old. Oh my god. I was 4 in 2001. I didn't know I was running a daycare. Holy shit. Friend in college in 2001. Damn, bro, you're old, bro. Yeah, hey, all right. Look, old man yells at cloud streams, like everybody says that. It's true. It's fucking true. Turns out adjusting things that normally form the bedrock of how we interact is hard, and it bedrock subconsciously too, you know. Your brain has like autopilot modes. Like you don't, you know, when you're going to drink a beer, right? You don't actually think about personally using each individual muscle. Like you have a DLL file somewhere in your brain which is just called drink a beer, right? It just does that. It's a plug-in, you know? You were negative 4 years old in 2001. Fun fact, 2001 was 60 years ago, and someday that statement will be correct. How's the back pain? I've gotten used to it, actually. It's just it's like a low base pain, you know, coupled with all the rest of it. But I hardly even notice it anymore, to be honest. And it's more from when I kind of broke my back that one time and not necessarily because of age. It was a hairline fracture, don't freak out. I'm not in a wheelchair or anything. Oh, wait. You guys have seen me not only in real life, but walk around and stuff, so I can't pull the I'm in a wheelchair, give me $5 bit. But it'd be a good bit. When's the hip pain coming? So far, no hip pain. Just knees, ankles, back, head a lot, sometimes neck, and one shoulder. Dude, I'm basically in my prime. Oh, we got Wolverine in the YouTube chat. Hell yeah, dude. Good reference. +2. Streaming while nursing home, night nurse beats. Oh, I thought you... Okay, I didn't read your whole sentence, ref. Streaming while the nursing home night nurse beats me and takes my money out of my wallet. Yeah, usually they don't beat you, but they do steal from you for sure. They do. That's very common. I thought you meant when I'm streaming from a nursery home and the title of the stream is Night Nurse Beats to stream to, you know, and it's got like an AI image of some chick on it. Hey guys, we're playing EverQuest. So like half the body for real. Yeah, but look, as you get older, you get chronic pains just all over the place, but you get used to them after a while. It's like, you know, you get in the shower, right? And let's say you keep turning the temperature up in the shower really slowly. Up into a point, you basically just get used to how hot it is, right? Each time. And then you cross the threshold and you can no longer really get used to it. That's what getting older is like. Like if you just transported some strapping young 18-year-old into my body, he would like collapse on the floor just shrieking in pain for a while because of shit that I've just pushed down and gotten used to, you know? And if I was transported into my 96-year-old Gramps' body, the same would happen to me. You know, you just get used to it. Although you hit a certain age and certain stuff, and then you can no longer really get used to it anymore. But yeah, the joys of getting older. Gulp, imagining a strapped young 18-year-old in my body. Hey, no fan fiction. Night Shift Nurses 8? Dude, hell yeah. It's in my Blu-ray collection. The HeyWoah streams from the Robo Holographic Nursing Home on AoS 15th edition. And he's talking about the Futurama head in a jar version of Matt Rose, who's the CEO of the company now. This time AoS will be just like second. I'll still be talking about second edition, even though it wasn't that good. Anyway, good shit. And we were looking at these Storm Strike Paladors or what? 5 health, 12 move, 3 up save. Storm Strike Lance or Blade. Anti-infantry rend, charge 1. Okay, 3-3-1-1, maybe 2-2. And then some companion. You can retreat for free, which is how the whole game should work. And used to work. My mods in Discord. I'm typing about Storm. Hey, Stonekeep, remember that? It came with a novel. I'll still be saying that when I'm 60. Do you think they write rules in a dark cave? No, it's much worse than that. A cubicle. Anyway, shock cavalry once per turn army, any combat phase. If this unit charged this turn, pick an enemy unit in combat with both of the following units to be the target. This unit, a friendly unit that did not charge. Add 1 to damage. So I guess we have to have a friendly unit that did not charge for this ability to work. So I don't like it. But, you know, you could set it up so that you get into 2 combats. Or that you get 2 units into combat. And it's a 3. It's a unit of 3. I don't know. This War Scroll is not impressive, so it'll come down to points on this one. If it's cheap, maybe you use it. If it's not, you don't. But this dude is sick. Irden, super good. And this other stuff, not so much. This one is the one. This shit's real good. Not cheap enough. Blade's amazing, though. Yeah. So they kept the good thing because they noticed that everybody liked it. W. That's a W. That's faction pack. Oh, wait, we got one more. Scourge of Aqshy, Daughters of Kahani. And we got Lumineth down here. So they're kind of... They're not exactly organized, but let's check it out. They really want Hammer and Anvil to be a thing with this War Scroll. The base one requires a unit to die first, so its ability to work, so it's an upgrade. Yeah, it's an upgrade, but I still wouldn't use it unless the price was good, I guess. Imagine if they just updated more War Scrolls mid-edition to fix units. Imagine if all of these War Scrolls were just permanent. And they just gave you them as options. Like, hey, sorry, this shit sucks. How do you like this one? You know, that'd be cool. That's what they're kind of doing, right? That's what they're kind of doing. Daughters of Kahani, who are really good. So if this whole thing sucks, they're still really good, supposedly. Would you want that permanent addition to ogres? Well, it would cause no harm because we would, you know, I just wouldn't use any of it because it's awful. But it, you know, I guess it wouldn't matter at all, positive or negative. Obviously, I would like them to do a good job instead of a bad job. But Daughters of Kano's Ano +9. Good shit. Hey, thanks, Kano's Ano, for the $5 donation. Imagine if War Scrolls were free again. Yeah, like they used to be. And they used to be not only free, they used to be extra free because they were on the website instead of having to get some stupid app. Remember what they took from you. Heroic traits. Reaction, this unit used the activate place of power ability in an effort to farm fury. Murder manifested. Roll a die on a 1, inflict D3 mortal on a 2. If there are no friendly avatars of Cain, you just get one. Okay. I think you want to use place of power to get fury, though, so you don't want this. Unless I'm misremembering how it works. Loyal unto death. Pick another friendly Daughters of Cain hero that has a health characteristic that equals or exceeds this unit's health characteristic. So this hero picks a different hero that is bigger. For the rest of the battle, if this unit is within the target's combat range, when the target would be destroyed, the target is not destroyed. Okay. So can I pick a foot hero and then loyal unto death to Marathi? And as long as they're next to each other, Marathi comes back to life. Twice. So that's cool. Keeping it close to that hero you pick is going to be tricky, though. Her job is to fuck off and be a distraction Carnifex that you can't ignore. So you would have to then choose like a buddy system for her, which hurts. It hurts a lot to do that. I don't think you need that. I guess you do it for the little Marathi. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you do it for the little Marathi then. Like that could be the case. Onward among sects. If this unit is anointed, the effects of all blessings from the Blessing of Cain apply to this unit as if they were active. Well, that's really good. On some hero, maybe. Ed Boons of Shadow. Olguian reactions. Each time you make an unmodified save roll of 6 for a combat attack that targets this unit, inflict 1 mortal. Nah. You declare a spell, prayer, or unbind ability for a unit within 3 of this. Spend 1 rage if your opponent's fury. They get some. Add 1 to the casting roll. Nah. I mean, maybe. If Mind Razor is still the linchpin buff for the army, then you would do that. Tenebrous Aura. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. For those of the turn, can't retreat, and if an ability would heal them, don't. Okay. Minor effects. Maybe this one if Mind Razor is still a big deal. All the ones aren't good, but I guess if they're free, that's cool. Double Marathi Life is funny. Big Anointer, but I don't know if you have any, like, Smash Bat heroes that you would want that on. This thing, whatever. Okay. I mean, your shit's good, I guess, so they're just trying to give you options. Melusai Iron Scale. 6856. Once per turn army, Frenzied S Laughter. If this unit is in combat, you can reroll it. If the roll is lower than your Fury, add one attack's characteristic or weapons used by the... Okay. These are the fighty types. I think Melusai Iron Scale are the ones you're already using to make your army really, really good. So I'm just guessing that the alternative isn't going to be chosen. Wait, this is a hero. Never mind. Yeah, this is a hero. What am I thinking? Because it's a hero, +1 attacks is a pretty massive buff. It's a pretty big buff. I don't know how tight points are. I think points are actually pretty tight in DOK. But, I mean, this is a buff that any army would absolutely kill for. But for Doc, maybe it's not good enough. Canaanite Shadow Stalkers. These are the flappy ones. No, these are the ground ones that look like they're supposed to be for Anvil Guard and might have been in the past. They have really short range shooting, and then Blades of Murda. If this unit is not in combat, pick a visible enemy infantry or cavalry hero that has no more than one model and is within 12. Your opponent must remove the target from the battlefield and set it up again in combat with this unit. So it's like the opposite. If it's more than 3, otherwise you roll. You have to be so close to them that that's probably not good. But you can imagine a situation where you pluck out some buff hero and screw your opponent over super hard. I just don't know that you have the points to be throwing around to do stuff like that willy-nilly. Unlimited range. If this unit is not in combat, pick a visible infantry or cav that is no more and is within 12 of this unit to be the target. That's 12. That's not unlimited. Now, as far as the effect, you get it without rolling if it's alone, and you have to roll if it's not alone. But still, your target it's got to be within 12 of these guys, as I read it anyway. So that's the rub for these guys. Anyway, really good hero, like very, very, very good hero that still might not be good enough because Doc is so strong. Funny, cool ability on a unit, and I don't think they have the points to be playing with stuff like that probably in Doc because points are pretty tight. This thing's good. This shit's good, but their already stuff is good. Is this a W? I'm thinking this is a capital W. Even if they don't use any of it, it's like very good. It's very good. And then finally, Lumineth Realm Lords, we're kicking it off. I mean, ending things on a low note. Supposedly, people tell me the Lumineth one is bad. Lumineth itself is good. Heroic traits, Facets of Brilliance, Scholar of the Sigils. Pick one of the following runes and apply the corresponding effect for the rest of the battle. The rune cannot be depicted on your battle scripture for the rest of the battle. So you just get it, but you can't do it. So, deployment phase. The rune cannot be depicted on your battle scripture for the rest of the battle. So, you just get a 5-up ward for one unit for the whole game, and that's bad, I guess. I guess that's bad. Maybe you have to, like, put these on specific guys or something. I can't remember. When I read through their book the first time, it appeared strong. And kind of customizable in a fun way. These abilities are all really, really good. Anyway, Peerless Swordsman. Pick an enemy unit with a starting size of 1 that is in combat with this unit to be the target, then pick one of this unit's non-companion melee weapons to be the parrying blade. Roll number of dice equal to the attack's characters through the parrying blade. For each 3 is subtract 1 for attack of them. No. If this unit is in combat with an enemy hero, reduce your opponent's fury level by X, where X is the number of unique runes depicted on your battle scripture. No. Okay, I see why. Flawless Maneuvers, non-hero, non-monster. Perfect footwork. If each model in this unit is contesting the same objective, this unit can move up to 6. It can move through the combat ranges of enemy units, but can only end the move in combat with the units it was in combat with at the start. It does not have to end the move in combat. It must end the move with each of its models contesting the same objective. Then it can't use run abilities for the rest of the turn. This for sure is an ogre ass rule of all time. I see what they were saying. Now it is the enemy movement phase and you get to shuffle 6, but you have to have all your guys on a objective and not end off of that objective, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. You just shimmy. You shimmy around. And also it happens after your opponent is done moving. You're a shimmier, but you're inside of a padded room when doing so. Yeah, what an ogre rule. Patient Striker. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll die for each model in this unit that is in combat. For each 4-up, inflict 1 mortal damage. Okay. Essentially like a D3 mortals for free in the enemy combat phase. Wait, keyword fight. Does this mean they can't fight in combat? If they do D3 mortals, they give up their fight phase? Oh no. Okay. We're zeroing in. We're finding a person. We're discovering a person on the team. They did ogres and they wrote these because these read very similar and they need to go. Reaction. Opponent declared a charge ability for this unit within 9 of and visible to this unit. Dazzling Phalanx. Spend 1 rage die. If your opponent's fear level is lower, you get more. Then for the rest of the turn, add 1 to win rolls for units combat attacks that target the enemy that used the charge. Yeah, but they charged you, so aren't you dead? Maybe you have strike first or something. Hey, all right. And then Alarith Stone Mage and Cenari Lore Seekler. Stone Mage. Elemental Endurance. If this unit is picked to be the target of the Depict Rune ability, the rest of the battle round when resolving the damage sequence for a friendly Lumineth Realm Lord's unit while it is wholly within 12. If you spent Rage as part of Fight Through Pain, remove 1 damage point from that unit's damage pool on a 2-up instead of a 3-up. Okay, so it has super Fight Through Pain sometimes. Earth Gree-Up, 7. Visible enemy that has no more than 1 model and is within 18 of this unit to be the target. The target is gripped bold. Rules bold. The target is Gree-Upped until this unit is destroyed. The target breaks free, or you pick a different target. When a target is gripped, each time it uses a move, your opponent must roll a die as a reaction and add their fury level. On a 7, it breaks free. Otherwise, you can never move. But it's only 1 model. But it could be a monster, and then they're just trapped forever. That's hilarious. How Big B's Grasping Hand. Very creative. Very toxic. Scenario Lore Seekler. Hey, alright. Arcane Nullification. Once per turn army. Visible hero within 12. If this unit is in combat with the target... Wait, a visible enemy hero within 12. Okay, so very, very, very specific. Otherwise, roll a die on a 3-up, the corresponding effect apply. Okay, so... Yeah. I almost stopped reading there, because I don't care. If the target has an artifact of power, it has no effect. If the target does not have an artifact of power, other than the companion weapon abilities for the target's combat attacks have... Okay, so this is garbage. Once per turn army, end of any turn, Leashed Fury. If your opponent's Fury level is lower than yours, they must increase their Fury level by 1. Each time it's picked to use Eruption of Fury, you okay, so this is the worst shit I've ever seen. This is awful. Truly terrible. Sound off now if you play Lumineth and I'm wrong, but this shit blows. This thing is hella toxic and potentially really funny. Like, okay, maybe you don't do it, but it's... You could really get somebody. You playing Stormcast and you cast this on Iridan, and it actually works somehow. You could, like, trap them there. How long does this last? Until the beginning of your next turn? Until this unit is destroyed. Or it breaks free. It lasts forever. You gotta kill this guy. And they can run away. That's funny. Okay, you were right. The Lumineth scroll is bad, and some of the rules writing in it is some of the worst rules writing I've ever seen, along with the ogre stuff. Now, I mean, like, fundamentally, this shit is terrible. Like, both not fun and not a good idea to start with, and wordy, and do nothing. Just the worst of everything, right? This guy is potentially hella toxic and funny in a meme way. Very memey. Yeah, you combo it with the thing that lowers Fury. Alright, yeah, Lumineth L. Good shit. That's it. That's all of them. We did it. I will never say no to more options. We need about... We only need like 5 times more, which is good. You know, it's not 10 times more. Looks like a weird season. I don't think I like the season rule. I think I like preventing damage more than giving my opponent bonus dice all the time. I don't like doing that. and that's like a fundamental mainstay of what the season seems to be about, I like spending it to not take damage. I think that's what, maybe that's a day one take, but that seems like more what I would want to do with it. A lot of the scrolls are good, more options are good. A lot of them are really, really bad, but at least they're trying to give us options. Thanks for the content. Yeah. We're done early, so I'm playing EverQuest. Stick around if you feel like it. You give dice only when their fury level is lower than yours. I wonder how this will play out. Yeah, I'm curious. If you're just juicing each other's fury to the max and then it doesn't matter, it could be that, right? Like, think about the monster season. It could be the case that just no one plays monsters. Or it could be the case that everyone plays monsters. It really depends. Or there could be a mix. We'll see. Yeah, because since healing lowers yours, it means your opponent's going to be feeding you healing all the time if you're continuously lowering yours, if they're using theirs to attack. So it makes sense because you would have to do that since you're both choosing the opposite, you know? Stepped away for a minute. Howard Doc, extremely good. Extremely good. They're sitting pretty. You chose correctly. All right. I'm going to toss a commercial on, or maybe just another intro, because I'm going to get a bite to eat. I'm going to have one potato chip. Delicious. And then I'll return and just pretend it's a walk, you know. Ask questions, make funny comments. We'll just chat about stuff. I'm going to level up a little bit. BRB after the brand new intro. Yeah, one potato chip. What kind of Bateman do we want this fine evening for the second half? I guess I could just do Salvatore again, but I already did that twice. Kinda. You played 2 games today and felt like Fight Through the Pain was the most important thing compared to actually using the War Scroll ability options for IJ. Yeah, as I read it on the paper, it looked like Fight Through Pain was the thing that you do. We had first intro, but have we had second intro? Yeah. Has been? Sure, I'll give you a has been. All right, BRB eating 1 chip.
With yours, my lungs breathe with yours. You're a piece of me I can't hide away. Oh, I'm under your spell. I'm aching and I'm fading, and nobody can see I'm your heart. You're a part of me. Can't leave in all this time. I'm hurting for you, but you feel like home around. Love you give it lift so high. I'm dying for it. I'm dying for it, and I can't let you go. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Oh, you, oh, you. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Oh, you, oh, you.
Hello there. I'm Mr. Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop,
The cream.
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously
Creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like enough.
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough.
And I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
at the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
All right, we back. Man, what a delicious single chip that was. Not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, thanks for sticking around. I gotta switch. Otherwise, the Twitch cops will come after me. The MILFs that run Twitch. They like to smoke and drink when they're pregnant. I gotta change my category. Otherwise, they'll call the FBI. They'll swap me. There we go. Okay. We are marked safe. I did it. Yeah, delicious single chip. What is this? Where's the Stonehorn chasing him? HeyWoah, that was glorious. Yeah. It's an old intro meme I made when I was trying to get my second channel off the ground. There was this Verbalaze thing where he paid for a Has-Been Hotel animation music video, which is a fucking bop, by the way. Excellent song choice. Look, if it's a bop, it's a fucking bop. And it was great. Good animation, too. So I made a Bateman intro out of it. It was a fun little editing project. I was finally using my powers for good, you know, instead of at work. It was just enjoyable all around to work on. A fun little thing. Super copyrighted. So I have monetization turned off. Trust me, I know the story. You're cringe like that. You like Has-Been like a bitch. I think I like the aesthetic is kind of nice. Yeah, the aesthetic is kind of nice. But dude, the writing was just so bad. I couldn't deal. Written by theater kids, dude. Millennial writing, not even once. But look, I bet they say that about the boomers, right? Anyway, game screen turn on. create an instance. Doing some Najina this fine evening. A little Najina. Leveling up a little bit. Farming some monk fists from that one stupid elemental. The perfect background for you to finish your Judge Tower cube. Hell yeah. It's terrible, I know. That's why it's a guilty pleasure. Sometimes people got a guilty pleasure, and it wouldn't be guilty if it was good. It would just be a pleasure. I myself have some guilty pleasures, such as EverQuest. You know? So, hey, all right. Oh, I think this is the wrong screen. I do want my ogre, though, because we're just chilling. Poof. Hey, what's up? Brief camera. Before I bring the ogre back. There he is. Yo, double talkies? Holy shit. Anyway. There we go. Currently, I finished my homework, essentially. I wanted to get Wizard up to 25 and Druid up to 25, which I've done to get all the teleports. And they say that Cleric is the best healer because of Promised Renewal, but then they just made Promised Renewal cost 1 billion mana. It's still probably good, I guess. We're kind of waiting for the spell pass to go through. And if I'm supposed to choose a combo, it probably should be with a Shaman, but I already got a Druid to 25 and I don't want to level from 10. It's only open beta anyway, so let's just try out a goofy build. We'll do like the real builds for the real game. So I'm Bard, Druid, Monk. Monk is probably not tanky enough to be the tank that you really ought to have in a group of 3, and Bard probably doesn't add enough damage to be the damage in your group of 3. And Druid is kind of a far cry from Cleric and Shaman, so essentially what I have done here is I have built a bad build. But this is important, because you want to see if someone picks a bad build, well, how bad is it? Like, how bad is bad in this game? This isn't that bad. I could think of a worse build, right? But, you know, how rough is it? No way am I getting to 50 and trying to kill gods and stuff. Unfortunately, I have a job. By the time open beta is over, probably. So I don't know if I can answer that. But I can get a feel for how the mechanics work and surmise, I think. Okay, what's supposed to be here? Probably Shield of Barbs, I bet. Alright, I got an elemental to slay. Some of the stuff out here is still green, it seems. Got Manzak miniatures. I'm like looking at his Discord right now. Making those Freeport Steel Helms version of Cities of Sigmar. You'll love to see it. It's always good when someone's inspired with their conversions, you know. This is the ugliest wolf I've ever seen. Look, from the side, okay, it looks all right. This is like Nintendo 64 wolf. But when it's running around, they did not give it a skeletal structure. They messed up. I resisted the stun portion of that effect, so now I'm gonna get stunned a million times. From the back, it looks like a baby. It doesn't look like a baby. Does it look like a baby? Does Jim Henson animate it himself while you play? No, he would probably do a better job. Just unlock Dragon Punch, which you get at 25 as a... So what I'm looking for here is this item, Flaming Fist. It's an exceptional monk weapon for this level. It's really good. The earring is good as well, but I don't have a class that in my combo that can use it. Normally you would, because knights can use it. It's a pretty good knight earring. It's rare to find earrings that are good, just in classic. Just the earring slot. There isn't much to do with it. I find myself chilling in an inversion stance a lot. That's a... not stance, invocation, I guess I should say. That seems to be the bread and butter for a lot of classes. It just makes your spells cast really fast. Ooh, Kitchen Tool Belt +2, don't mind if I do. You love to see it. It's the Haste Belt that I'll be combining with this one that I already have on. And we got up to a +4 so far. Haste belts are classic. Haste is good. I'm really low on life. And this lady drops a nice Paladin Shadow Knight main hand sword that I'll be merging over time. Just in case this build like completely fails, I can do a fallback of Paladin Bard Monk, which will be fine to level with, I guess, although it is missing an actual healer. What zone you're in? Najna, which is right off from Lava Storm, which is right off from Nariak and Kithakor. Cool things about Najna is, despite having to go here for the Mage Epic and farm some fucking bullshit that has very low drop rates normally, the cool part is they redid this place. Like, they went all through and added some stuff to it and gave you some loot options to farm for, which is pretty cool. They did that to Befallen as well. And so Befallen is an excellent, excellent dungeon now. It was perennially skipped in real classic EQ. Like, you would only go there probably if you were a paladin, but even then, or a cleric, actually. But even then, you were so low level, you didn't quite have any undead slaying abilities yet. It was just a rough one all around. But they juiced the shit out of that place. So that place is great now to level in. I think they might have done Crushbone as well, and they're planning on doing Runny Eye. And they're planning on doing some other place to make the 40 to 50 grind not so rough. Because in pre-expansion EverQuest, you're trying to level from even 40 to 45 is kind of rough, but specifically 45 and up. Like, you're in lower Guck killing stuff for almost 0 XP for hours and hours. You're in lower Guck for a long time. Now, there's some excellent stuff there, and it's worth being there for a long time. But the amount of time they asked for you to be there is a bit much. So I think they're adding 1 or 2 40 zones. Which is great to see. Supposedly, if you're playing an overpowered combo, you can indeed level in the planes, which is kind of wild. Not for private servers, that's like kind of standard, but for a semi-legitimate server like this, going to the plane of hate and leveling is kind of far out. Hey, where you going, buddy? Okay. If you got any questions, there's a million hidden mechanics and things you wouldn't know about just everything, the UI and mechanics and levels and stuff. I don't know if I'll do a video because a lot of people are doing videos about that kind of thing, you know, things I wish I knew when I first installed, you know, or whatever. Parrying dagger +3. Well, I never. Hey, alright. Thank you. It's still a +5, but it got me some of the way there. Hell yeah, you love to see it. Using parrying daggers instead of wooden shields, or better shields, I guess, on account of being a monk. Because as we know with monks, your worn weight, the weight of your items matters. And so the lighter your stuff is, the more of an AC bonus you get, to a point. If I were anything but a monk, I would not be using parrying daggers in double any slot. I would be using shields or something, just for a bigger AC bonus. And I forgot when I switched back to this, I forgot to turn on... Largo's Melodic Binding. This is one of the 5 free bard songs. It slows attack speed of up to 8 creatures. It's so good. Whistling War Song, which is a haste and raises our armor class and strength. It's so good. Psalm of Warmth, which I'm just about to click off, is really good, but don't leave home without Chant a Battle. And then double AoE pulsing damage cards, which really do add up over time. Works out pretty well. So Dizzying Wind is the 2-second and Whirling is the... Yeah, okay, so we'll do this. Absolutely Whirling. And there's a lot of elementals here, actually, so I finally get to use Dismiss Summoned, which does phenomenal damage at a good rate against elemental creatures. For instance, this guy. Badoosh. That was pretty good for a Druid Nuke. Druid Nukes are typically not great, so... Oh, he ensnared me, that bitch. It canceled my wolf form. How dare you. He has rolled as a Druid Wizard. Notice, it's not just you that can get double classes. It is your enemies as well. And if they roll healer, you are in for a long fight unless you have exactly 2 stuns on different cooldowns. Which I do not, but Paladins do, which is one of the reasons why Paladins are good. Ooh, when he dropped the Flamer, the Flaming Fist, perfect. How close is this one to leveling up? It's not. All right, so we'll take that. We'll put it in there. Nice. It's almost 4. Big. Positively huge. You love to see it. I'm going to kill that guy another 12 times. Until I can dual wield the fists, which will increase my DPS by a lot, but decrease my stats by a lot, because my current 2 weapons that I'm using have really excellent secondary stats on them, and the monk fists are just pure damage only. But I think it'll be worth it. And that guy is a war shaman, so we're in for another long fight because he's a healer. Unless I can stun him at just the right time. And I did. And he didn't resist it. For those wondering how to make fighting healers not totally miserable, you gotta use stuns. If your class doesn't have a stun, then that's one of the downsides of your class. As a silver lining, stuns don't work on bosses. So you'll be laughing last when it comes time to fight bosses. Damn, if this thing had AC on it, I would probably use it, but it doesn't. My opinion is kind of solidifying about class combos and stuff like that as well. For instance, I think what they're going for is, you know, you hear devs talk a lot about, like, well, you can use, you know, we want to make sure everything's good. You can use anything. You can, you know, some people have these weirdo bad builds and they somehow make it work and stuff. I feel like they're probably not lying, but they're talking about the leveling experience and not the endgame experience. I'm concerned that some players may choose some combo that's like horrible for the end game, but you can level just fine with it. And I just don't want them to get a bad surprise at the end of a really long leveling experience, you know. But there's a huge patch Tuesday that's going to do a lot, particularly for spellcasters. Melee is essentially great. There are some issues, obviously, but Melee is just free and easy. And it's the easiest thing, game design-wise, for all these private servers to make soloable. You just, there's one dial, right? And it's how much damage are you doing. So you just turn that dial up. The spaghetti code behind the spells and resists and the play style that you're trying to keep is a lot harder. And so usually on private servers that are meant to solo, wizards and stuff just kind of stand there and face tank bosses and you're casting spells instead of auto-attacking. And I really don't like that. Like, the point was supposed to be that you can solo as anything, not that anything can mimic a DPS class, right? Or like a melee. Now, the original devs in the game solved this problem, kinda. Like, how do you maintain the class fantasy of a wizard, but get past the fact that something needs to tank the god? And if it's you, that's kind of awkward. Now, you could tweak the numbers to make that work, but it's kind of lame. The answer is a pet. That's the answer. And so I feel like if your pet can't tank a god, then pets are a glorified dot, and pet classes are a meme. And so I think they ought to be able to. In the same way as you can tank a god if you're a paladin or a shadow knight or a warrior, because you're a tank class, right? I think if you're a pet class that gears towards that, you should be able to as well. Because it's almost impossible to choose 3 casters and not have a pet class in there, at least by accident, right? I don't mean shaman pets should be able to tank a god, probably not. Because their pet's supposed to be bad, same with Shadow Knight. But Mage, Enchanter, Necromancer, Beast Lord, at least, for those 4. I feel like choosing those classes ought to be viewed the same as choosing a tank for your 3. So if you want to be a melee character, then you have 3.5 tanks to choose from. You have SK, Paladin, Warrior, and kind of Monk. And if you want to be a wizard, you have 4 choices of a tank. And that's Mage, Necromancer, Beast Lord, Enchanter. And in that, maybe it's balanced. Maybe that works. I hope it works. I hope that's what they settle on, actually, because I think the class fantasy of being some kind of wizard is cool. I'm getting clashed. Getting absolutely clashed here. That would be Tishana's Clash, which is a stun thing that this guy casts. Oh, another earring. No thanks. The earring's good, I just don't have a class for it. I'm looking for the Theists, and I'm looking for a lot of them. He's an enchanter? Uh-oh. Alright. Languid pace, you're gonna slow me? Oh dear. Look at all these classes. Druid Bard is actually pretty hot for AoE leveling. Druid Bard X. Some kind of tank thing standing in front of it. The plan was to try to level DDD style. And it looks like it's kind of working. 25, so this is super low, but after the Druid buffs, that really made a difference. At least for a tertiary healer class. They gave it, you know, they had a problem to solve, and they're like, okay, so the problem is that Cleric is the best healer, and it should be, but it's too good. It's too much better than everybody else. And it's because of Promised Renewal. And so they're like, well, we could either heavily nerf Promised Renewal, or we could give everyone their own shitty version of Promised Renewal. And that's what they chose. And I think that's probably right. I think they were probably right to do that. The Shaman's version, probably the worst out of all of them. But I think that's fair because the Shaman is the most powerful class out of all of them. Like really, really strong. Target resisted whirling slash. I guess that's the downside here. The Druid's stun spells do get resist a lot more than the Paladin ones do. I'm casting Flowering Heal. He's casting Flowering Heal. Hey, alright. You know anything that's happening on screen, but it's something retro chill to it? Yeah, it's a boomer. It's a nostalgic boomer N64 graphics grinder game. Like it's a grinding flow state game. You find a location, you find an item you're looking for, you find a good XP spot, and you're just supposed to camp out and efficiently grind in that area forever until it's time to move on. It's one of those types of games. And I find it satisfying. Shadow Knight Druid are the two classes this lady has rolled. A lot of life spikes. That took a while. But hey, alright, here we are. Alright, I'm out of all resources. It's time to chill a little bit. Get that mana back. And a level up to 26. Big. Did I get anything particularly cool for 26? Possibly not. Psalm of Warmth at 25, which is good, but I don't have enough room for it on the bar. Oh, Ensnare, okay. It's actually pretty inexpensive, too. Okay, so we got a Snare. Not trying to use it, though. Get Dismiss Summon back. You like a lot of grinding RPGs, so you get it? Yeah. And I don't know, to me, like, a lot of its badness is endearing. Because it's got character. This probably has something to do with how everyone laughed at me for being in college in 2001. Maybe there'll be private Fortnite servers or something in the future. No, actually, they'll just be canceled. They like to hold on to their secrets. They don't like to let you mess with games much nowadays. McDonald's Nuggies, yeah. Speaking of guilty pleasure, we were just talking about guilty pleasures at the start of the stream. Well, here we are. Oh shit, the Fizzler. Your spells don't just work, by the way. That would be too easy. So you gotta level them up. All the skills associated with each spell. They have a chance to fizzle, which still... which means you just cast it wrong and it doesn't work. And you still lose mana for fizzling as well. Resisted, okay. I got one stun as a druid, which is why I kind of like leveling as a druid. Is you do get an stun, but it is very often resisted, which is a downside. Although I think that guy just has great magic resist, probably. Because I'm consistently failing to land magic-based spells on him. Sir? Are you walking into the wall there? And plus Tenderizer guy is here. It's a really good weapon. It is lore, so you can only have one. Well, it is lore equipped, rather, because otherwise you couldn't level it up by combining multiple of the same one. This guy's a warrior cleric, which means I'll need to stun him soon. Or his AI will just choose to never cast a heal. Perfect. You'll love to see it. Up to +6 on that one. I could delve deeper into this place, I suppose. I have all the keys. I just have them on the higher level version of this guy. Because I have a, like a version of this dude who is Bard Berserker Druid, I think, and he's like 30 or something. And it was really fun, but I decided I had to switch back to Monk. Berserker is, of course, amazing and does more damage. And truly the best part of Berserker is Berserker's stance not draining your endurance. Your endurance mostly just stays the same instead of draining it forever like offense stance. And so that's really the thing I wanted, but I feel like that would be a trap. Because I just wouldn't have the defenses to be able to face tank stuff eventually. Which is unfortunate because it's probably more fun. But I think Monk is a more responsible choice that is still an irresponsible choice. Monk has really good evasion. And you get Mend, and you get Feign Death, which is huge utility, which I don't have access to. As a Berserker. But I think the way to properly play this thing would be Paladin, Bard, Monk. And then, well, no, I mean you should just put Berserker in, right? You'd be like Paladin, Berserker, Healer. It wouldn't actually have a Bard at all. Bards are cool and really good. But the way you build stuff here, I think they're less desirable than people are used to. You know, if it doesn't fit in your combo, it doesn't fit in your combo. And as it stands, I think Berserker is just kind of better as part of your combo. Now, it's probably changing. My bad. They're still doing some balance, and supposedly there's still a big Tuesday patch that's doing some spell stuff. Helping out the spell and Kellers. Like, look at how fast she died. Remember I fought her for like 2 minutes last time? And now she's just dead? Happened not to spawn with a healing class attached to her. Because the creatures that you fight also get multiple classes sometimes, and it increases with the difficulty that you zone into. And that might be like a concern, I think. My problem is if I ever complain about it, it sounds like the ultimate get good problem. Right? But I think it's both. I think something can be both. If your character is pretty weak, or you're a certain type of build, multiple monsters happening to spawn with a healer class, and I'm talking like 2, it really just 2, and more is yet even worse, and it becomes impossible very quickly. The game just grinds to a halt. It just stops. You kind of stop getting to play, and you just have to sit there and auto-attack something until its mana is gone. Unless you happen to be able to... Unless you happen to be a class combo that's really good at, like, tons of spike damage, which is usually not the case, because sustain is typically the better way to go. But even still, if you're fighting 3 monsters that are all healers, it's just kind of like you might as well Alt F4 and then come back and then reload the instance, hoping to get luckier on the combos. Which doesn't seem ideal. It's a quaint and kind of clever idea to have the monsters spawn in with multiple classes, because, well, you can, so why can't they? But I would posit that the reason you can is because we're changing the game so that you can solo at all. I don't know if they need the buff too. Now, players are super powerful, and a lot of people are killing gods on difficulty 4 and stuff. But those players are really good. Or perhaps clever use of game mechanics for some of the combos, certainly, but that's fun too. You gotta protect that stuff too. Resisted the clash. Another ring. The thing I'm farming for is its rare drop. So we can't expect to get it every time. The tenderizer is common. The belt is rare. So I guess in this exact situation, I'm farming for 2 different rare drops. Hey, alright. Oh, he's a wizard? Okay, he's going to be blasting then. Well, always nice to have a mend. Yeah, for him, I'm looking for the belt. For the elemental, I'm looking for the fiests. And even though they're blue, and a bunch of them are white, or gray, I mean, it's still XP except for the grays. I'm still undecided what I'll do for launch. I might end up choosing something boring. Well, that's unfair. It's not boring. a lot of times in your head, if you're a natural hipster, you equate good and popular with boring, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case. A lot of stuff is really popular because it's awesome and strong, and it's no surprise people don't want to suck. You know, like you're playing Diablo 2 and somebody asks, oh, what are you rolling in Diablo 2? I'm going to play a sorceress. Oh, a Blizzard Sorc. Wow. Yeah, dude, I want to teleport everywhere and be the best class. That's fun. Yeah, I want a hammered-in paladin. Because it's fun to be amazing. So, like, you know, I guess there's a balance of the natural hipster nature. Like some kind of Shadow Knight, Berserker, Cleric, or Paladin, Berserker, Bard, maybe, or just, you know, something like that. Some classic combo tank, heal, X, right? Just do it like you're supposed to do it. I think that might be the part where the most people get caught out. Because not everyone wants to play a tank, and almost no one actually wants to play a healer, but they really oughta. And that might be the part that catches people. Because it'll be fine to level with for a while. On into your 30s and everything. And then suddenly you'll be like, oh shit, this game needs a tank. And I just don't have one. Something else I think will probably end up changing by the time of release is you can't change your primary class until you hit level 50. I don't know why that exists. Like, that's weird. I don't think it's too uncommon of an occurrence where, like, you know, some new player gets to 10, and then the game asks them, okay, what do you want to play as your primary class forever at level 11? And they're like, oh, I guess this is fine. And then by the time they're maybe 25, 28 or something like that, they finally have a feel for how the game is, and they're like, I've made a terrible choice. I want to change my primary class. And the only way to do that is to get to level 50 and farm Plane of Air for a week. Like, I think they give you a token at 50, but then if you want to do it again, you have to farm forever to unlock a particular one. And I don't know about that. I feel like you get to 26... and you're like, oh, Bard was a mistake. Well, do I want to level to 50? Or I guess delete the character and start over? Like, it'll work fine for veterans, but new players might bounce off that hard. Another earring. Dude, ogres look so good in this game. Classic. When you're playing a ogre in EverQuest, you're immune to stuns that come from the front, which is the main good part about being an ogre, besides your insane characteristics, like strength and stamina are just so big. But playing an ogre is actually really annoying because it's realistic. You can't fit places. Like, you physically can't walk through doorways because you're too big. Your character, like, auto ducks when he enters half of the dungeons in the game, like, specifically a lot of parts in Mistmore, and there are cave entrances. Your character has to, like, crouch down, and you can't attack when you're crouching. You straight up can't fit in places. Like, you just can't get through the door. So it is very funny and realistic, but also super annoying. Now, there is an answer to this. They have one built in the game, and that is there's one spell called Shrink. And you get it as a shaman and a beast lord and a few other. Maybe it's just those two, but it's something. And so you cast Shrink on yourself to make yourself tiny, which ends up still having you be bigger than, like, halflings. But then doesn't that defeat the purpose of being big? Like, the only way you can play is by making yourself small so you can fit places. Well, then why be big in the first place? I don't know. Or you do some polymorph or something like that. Like this wolf form that I am. Like, you just be a druid and then you're a wolf. But then you're a wolf, you're not an ogre. Where's the fun in that? First time chatter, Lawblades. What does primary class matter? Don't you get all skills and spells and can wear items of all three? That is correct. Yeah. The primary class matters for specifically what race you are, and I'm talking like right away, like when you're creating your character. And choosing what your primary race class is, I think at 10 as well. The game mechanic reason primary class is even a thing is that's the one you can't change. You can change your other two classes, and there's not even like you might think there might be a cooldown or something. Or nope. You can switch the other two out whenever you want, as many times as you want. But you cannot change your primary. That one's locked in forever until you hit maximum level. Then you get a token where you can change it one time. And then also you can unlock more primary classes by doing Plane of Sky quests later. And it gives you a lot of time to experiment, which is super fun. For me. It's just like, the only issue is, you can get yourself into a point. Oh, Sword of the Lost, nice. Merge it. Anyway, you can get yourself into a situation where, as it turns out, you're like level 30 or something, and you thought you would like this, but you like that instead. And the way to properly build that is by not having your primary class. You're like, damn, the primary class is the one holding everything else back. And it doesn't really work unless I get rid of it. But you actually can't. I think I'm going to die here. I could switch to evasive, I guess, and heal some. No, they're casting spells. Alright, well, feign death. Never mind, he was casting a spell during feign death. Alright. Well, now I have plenty of opportunity to answer questions. Because I gotta wait for my mana to come back. Anyway, if you level something like another 10 levels and it turns out you don't really like your primary class, you are sort of screwed. But I think that's something that they'll smooth out by the time of release. I bet that'll be a common pain point. Particularly for new players. Or you'll just make it work. I mean, you get 3 after all, right? How bad can your first choice have been? Well, if it's Beast Lord, that might not be good, but surely by the time the game comes out, that class will be fixed. How many new players are we getting in this release? I consider somebody who played the game a million years ago and now they're 50 and they're returning after 20 years. I consider them a new player. Like, they're basically new. I mean, point well taken. How many truly brand new players are we getting in an ancient nostalgia game for old people? Probably not a lot. But I meant relatively speaking among the demo that would be interested in this shit anyway, you know. Did they update pets so you can have 3 different ones? No. They did not do the THJ thing. The power level of Hero's Journey characters is like the Avengers, and the power level of EQL players is like some guy you know in real life who's pretty athletic, you know? Like, it's that different. Now, you are 3 classes. That's a similar thing to THJ, but that's basically where the comparisons end. You're not pulling every single monster in Field of Bone in one giant swoop and then standing in a corner, DDDing them all down for the next 10 minutes and just living and ending the fight at full life. It's not quite like that. Pets, in fact, are quite weak on this server, and that's one of the things they're working on right now. We may see an update to them Tuesday. One thing they already did to pets, so you have a pet inventory. So when you give your pet something and it dies, you don't lose the thing. Great quality of life there. The more pet classes you take, the bigger the inventory becomes. Nice scaling there. You do have to choose only 1 pet, though. And the pets come with 2 classes instead of 1, just like you are 3 classes instead of 1. So that was a nice upgrade. But in the context of EQL, I would not call the pets strong. Exactly. They're living damage over time spells that zoom around a little bit. They're like dots. They're not like tank gods for you strong, which, in my personal opinion, they would kind of have to be. I think they kind of ought to be. Otherwise, it's sort of like, why be a pet class? In a certain respect. Like, it's just a dot that zooms around and runs around in the game world and gets lost sometimes. Like, that's kind of cool, I guess, but sort of shrinks the number of tanks in a certain respect, and I think it would be nice for the class fantasy of wizard people not to have to take warrior, you know, or paladin. Like, you could take a wizard who functions as a tank, like a mage with a mage pet or something like that. I am stunned. Earring once again. Non-hardcore players, basically. Yeah. What would you call it? The non-sweats, the casuals, I guess. Casual enjoyers. And this is like the most casual version of EverQuest humanly possible that the company would ever make, right? Where normal EverQuest is typically extremely punishing and extremely grindy. You need a party to kind of do anything. And so this is like the ultimate infinite quality of life version of EverQuest in a sense. Which I think is probably right to do. Oh, let's see if we get a tenderizer. Hopefully it's the belt. It is the belt. Big. Dude big. Hell yeah. Nice belt. This guy is a warrior enchanter. That's why I'm attacking so slowly. Luckily, he keeps trying to root me. I don't care if I'm rooted. And he's Chaos Flux. I think that's fine. I'll just take the damage. And it's a +2. Tool belt up to 4. Closing in on 5. I don't think I need this thing to be much better than 5. 15% haste is fine. But I do want the monk fists to be as high as possible. With this guy here. Reapply Shield of Barbs. Some of the spells you cast on yourself have infinite duration, and some don't. And I don't understand how they chose one or the other. Like generic buff spells and stuff. Some of them are just permanent. Like you cast it, lasts forever. Where in the normal game it only lasted for like an hour or something like that. But then other ones that were very short are suddenly permanent, like Reckless Strength. Or what is it called? I don't know, the Paladin Furor spell or whatever it is. You think you need more co-op in your life, though you are in the DRG grind and games pubs are amazing. So it's interesting because this is a type of EverQuest that is built explicitly to solo. And the first thing everyone did when they got onto beta is form groups, is group up, because people were finally playing again. And it was actually cool. I had a great time. I'm going to make a little guild, bring people from the Discord in if they want. We'll find the oldest members of the Discord by whether or not they join the EverQuest guild. It'll be a grand old time. Take them on a tour of the world. A Norathian tour. All right, this is Befallen. This is Najna. This is Mistmore. This is the Estate of Unrest. This is Guk. This is the island with the Cyclops. That's you need for the Bard Epic and some other stuff. Soul B, all the different dungeons. When you go to Unrest, make sure you're immune to root and fear somehow. Pro tip. Pro tip, be immune to root and fear before you go to Unrest, or really Mistmore for that matter. Although a little less important there. I mean, the fear is really good for Mistmore. Because of that, the library room and some other places. But luckily, they did the thing where you can just spend AAs to do that. As any proper solo server typically does. Which, as always, is nice to see. You'd be up for that? Would be hilarious to be amongst, yeah, the retirement gang, the Discord retired dads. At least the Shadow Knight only has one class, and neither of them are healers. This guy's life spiking. Ringmail Coif. I should get it up to 4. Hell yeah. Currently in the good old days, the more expansions and stuff they add, the more complicated the game will get, and the more inflated and bloated all the systems and numbers and stuff will get. But right now, it's kind of comfy. Like my helmet, okay? It's a pretty good helmet. It's got 11 AC, got 11 armor class, no other stats. It's pretty good. It's kind of like cute that that's pretty good. Yeah. Armor class is super good. At this stage. It's a good stat. I don't see what CJ saw. I don't see the... He said it looks like a... The wolf looks like a baby. I don't see it. What do you mean it looks like a baby? I'm kind of happy I don't see what he sees, because then I might have to right-click off of a buff I would otherwise use just because it looked gross. I'm going to have to ask him, what's the problem with this thing? I don't see it. Open up MS Paint. Gray, 4 legs, tail, you know, like a baby. You know, typical baby, right? These magicians have a rare drop that is a broom and a rare drop that is a shovel. And you need both of them for the mage epic. And the goblins in here drop 4 torn pages of elements. And something else sometimes too. The mage epic is burned into my brain because it's like the hardest one and I've done it so many times. Although, depending on the private server you're on, it often works differently. Just in minor ways. Child wolf like a pup? Well, he said like a baby. Maybe he meant a baby dog? But I don't think so. Because he seemed weirded out by it. Guy's back. Guy's back up. Hey, there we go. +2, I'll take it. This one is a 3. Oh, nice. It'll be a 4. Big. Okay, I got one at 3 and one at 4. Oh, it's at 0.4 already. It's already better than my main hand. So this one goes to the offhand. This one goes to the main hand. Super fast. 18 speed. That's crazy fast for a weapon. We put the mandolin in there for better song singing, for better music making. And then I get both of them to 4, and I can replace both with just these. Now, I do lose stats, but I think the damage is better at this stage. Look at that. And in almost no time at all, almost 27. Albeit leveling does slow down a lot later. This warrior monk just used his mend ability. That skeleton is a shaman. It's casting heal spells. Somebody kill it. I have one stun. It's on a really long cooldown. I can only interrupt one of these, but I do so much AoE that at least I'm making progress, and you can only heal one thing at a time. Really, when it's 2 healers or the dreaded 3, that's when it becomes untenable. Nice. Another belt, and yeah, we're almost to 5. Is this going to do it? I don't think so. No. Pretty close, though. One more. One more in the tool belt 5. Big. Huge. I have a feeling we won't be seeing this version of Berserker moving forward. I think that's something they intend on fixing. Which is maybe a shame, because it's super fun. But it is way better than everything else, as far as stances are concerned. Like, way better. And it's not close. So I guess you ought to balance it. I mean, if you want. Recast barbs. I got 7 minutes on the resist buffs, which are fine if those wear off. That's not a big deal. It's really the strength of earth, shield of barbs, skin like steel. The 3 main ones. Can't recall if something unlocks at 27 or not. I guess we'll find out. And that is just a Shadow Knight. Good. No healer class. Yo, crit tremor? You love to see it? Oh, they're sort of lost. How big is it? We're up to a 3. Okay, so I haven't gotten too many of these, but it's already a 0.5. Nice. I should really invis past those guys or something. But it takes like no resources to kill them, so I guess it's fine. Can't forage while you're attacking, I guess. Didn't know it. If you look from the back and ignore the legs, it's a weird looking jelly baby. I'm trying to do that. You have to ignore the legs. And then it's a jelly baby. Man, I'm usually good at these optical illusions. I don't see it. Oh, weird looking. Which way is it facing? Is it facing up or down? Weird looking jelly baby. Damn, are you going to make me stop using this? It's a good part of the druid's kit. And this is how HeyWoah switched to being a shaman instead. His chat insisted that the wolf looked like a weird looking jelly baby, and then finally he saw it. And he couldn't unsee it, and he just dropped the class. Gone. Can't handle it. Oh, big leveler. right, any new spells at 27? Yes. Oh, Protection of Steel. Technically not an upgrade because it just does the same thing for me or a group. But hey, when I'm in groups, that'll be nice. You now see what they mean? It really is a jelly baby. God, I don't see it. I gotta change it. For the sake of my chat. Look, I care about your guys' comfort too, okay? This matters. It's a weird jelly baby. Oh, Bramblecoat. Hell yeah. Huge upgrade. Nice. Very good new spell. You love to see it. More thorn effects. Big. And Shield of Brambles. Which I think stack with each other. They do on the menu, I guess. Keep the jelly baby. It's our mascot now. What's a jelly baby? CJ said that this wolf looked like a weird jelly baby and he couldn't deal with it. It was gross, and so he had to leave. He left. He couldn't handle it. And then now other people are like, I see it now. It looks like a weird jelly baby, this wolf. And I don't know what they're talking about. Like, I don't see it. And usually, I don't know, usually I pick up on, you know, visual stuff like that. I should be able to notice. Like the mind's eye posters, you know, where you like cross your eyes and move your field of view in a certain way, and then you can see the hidden image or whatever. Usually I'm good at stuff like that. But I don't see the jelly baby. Kahi is just beside himself, but you have the, I mean, so am I. I don't see it. Another tenderizer. Looking for one more belt to get me to +5. As many more flaming fists as humanly possible. I guess I could try to do this place on +4, but this character I don't think is quite that good. Doesn't feel like a +4 type of build. CJ will learn to love it, you're sure? I mean, maybe. Oh, let's go. Big. All right, Flaming Fist, huge. The +4 has a little bit in it. And the +3, nothing has been done. And the Tenderizer's up to a 6er. Do we juice the main hand, or do we try to go for the offhand? I think the Tenderizer offhand is fine. It's even good. I think we juice the main. Yeah. You know, a lot of times you end up failing the dual wield check anyhow, you know? This isn't the type of private server where, you know, you're so ridiculous that your dual wield percent is just like 1,000. And every round of combat is guaranteed, you know, or anything like that, so... Like, it's still better than two-handers, but it's a little bit more of a stat stick than your main, so I think it's fine. I think it's fine to juice the main first as a treat, because who knows how long I'll be here. This stuff is gray already. I should probably be doing this on 4. My power just went out, so I'll have to cut my stay share. Good night. May summer treat you kindly. Will. He's so polite, he let me know from his phone when his power went out. Or, he's so polite that he made up an excuse to not watch EverQuest instead of just not watching EverQuest. Whichever one of those is true, he's pretty polite. You gotta give it to him. Oh, Warrior Shadow Knight, huh? What a tank. Flowering Heal is pretty nice, though. His pet just touched me. Which is fine. Okay, so you're not really trying to cast spells, I guess. That's fine. It's the ring. It's possible the spell is just too low level, but I don't know how much that matters. Was that an old wives' tale, or is that real? unknown. All right, first to cast Root. Don't care about that. Lightning Bolt. Do care about that. Fizzled. It's the earring. Okay, hey, all right. Big cloak upgrade. We're at chilling on 5. I was like about as high as you need to get anything. There is a pretty big taper off. Because in some amount of uncharacteristic pity, they're like, if it scaled linearly all the way to 10, people would just do that. And we have to save them from themselves somehow. So we'll have it taper off. So it's only worth doing it to about 6. And I don't know, I kind of appreciate that. There he is, Bone Crackler. Warrior Shaman, that's dangerous. Oh, I interrupted his regeneration at least. Oh, and his heal. It actually worked. Eat shit. It worked. The system works. Already got the key. Cloth pants, auto sell. Day mask robe. We'll just keep upping that. And then Band of Flash. Summoning efficiency. Reduces the mana cost to summon creature spells by up to 25%. Ooh. Check, please. I'll take it. Put that in Exaltations. Just in case. Nice. I'm not playing a summoner, but it is open beta, so if they put in some pet buff or something into the game, I'll test that shit out. I'll go back to level 10. If needs be. Oh, Power's back and you're back. Hey, people were posting their battle stations in Discord. I might collect those and we'll do a stream. You know, like how streamers do? Where they're like, hey, we had a battle station thread. Now we're going to all look at them and zoom in and stuff, right? That might be fun. Time to tidy up and retake the picture. Well, put it this way. whatever mod I ask to do that, or maybe I'll just do it, they'll be tasked with, for each person, only choosing the most recent picture or something like that. Because, you know, people are gonna see this. And, you know, you gotta tidy up just a little bit. And so maybe it'll be something like, okay, if they posted like 2 of the same picture, maybe use the second one, right? Okay, so the AI controlling this monster is a Shadow Knight Berserker, which is a stupendous class combination, just excellent. But it was not smart enough to use Berserker stance. Which is lucky for me. It would have hit a lot harder if it did. Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage. It's a wizard magician. I'm gonna take a shitload of damage here. Hey, just don't resist this stun, and we're good. Yeah, trying to cast malaise. Counter that. And we got there. Damn, it's the earring. Oh well. Dude, HeyWoah Discord is erupting with cooking. We're getting more cooking. Hey, I'm making some rigatoni. Good shit. What's the difference between magician and wizard? So wizard is a pure blast caster. You got fire spells, you got cold spells, which are better than fire typically because less stuff resists cold. And you have magic. So you got fire, cold, and magic. You have all 3 types of blaster elemental spells. You also have stuns. You got stun spells, which act as counter spells in this game. And you have some roots and snares. Snares slow enemies, and roots, you know, root them to the ground, they can't move. And you have a bunch of teleports, so you can teleport all over the world, which is the equivalent of the fast travel in this game, is being a druid or a wizard. Those are the only 2 classes that can teleport all over the place. And that's it. Your spells deal a ton of damage. And they have a good or better mana efficiency than others. And mana efficiency is very important in this game. But aside from that, you're just chilling. You got a robe and a wizard hat. And you gotta figure out a way to make that work. Now, a magician does not have cold spells. He's only got fire and magic. And his spells are less damaging, a little less mana efficient. Doesn't have any stuns, doesn't have any roots, doesn't have any teleports. But what he does have is a pet. So the magician is a pet class. He can summon an elemental, and that elemental is essentially a Chad who can tank for him and does a pretty considerable amount of damage. It's like a living damage over time spell. And he gets 4 different types, and they all do different things. Water Pet is a rogue, so it can backstab, which means it does tons of damage as long as it's behind the enemy. Air Pet has a stun, but it's like a random stun that procs and sometimes casts. But you can hit cool stuff with it anyway, and it ends up giving it a little mitigation because the thing's always stunned. The Earth Pet is the big tank. It has the most hit points and strength. And it casts a root spell, which is mostly worthless. And then there's the Fire Pet that sucks. It's one of the lowest hit points, and it doesn't even do more damage than the other ones. But it looks cool. It looks cool. And then also you have a lot of utility. You can summon a whole bunch of really useful items and funny magic equipment and swords with procs and armor and food and lights and jewelry that you can right click to give you levitation or invisibility or get mana back and all sorts of cool stuff. And you're like you're Willy Wonka. You open up your robes and can summon toys for all the children. And if you're lazy, you can just sit there and send your pet in to attack stuff and give it... You have a bunch of really good buffs for your pet. You also have thorn effects. So like when an enemy hits a thing, the enemy takes damage. You have like... They call those damage shields. They have like the best damage shields in the game. Which isn't like a big deal really, but they do have it. It's kind of nice. So if you're really lazy, you can just sit there and send your pet in and it looks like you're doing something. And your pet's damage is pretty good, actually, so there you go. And that's the difference between a mage and a wizard. Wizard is big blaster, bad at sustain, good at burst, but then you run out of mana and you're just sitting there. And a magician summons a pet, which is a little tank thing, and summons toy trains for the little boys and girls. And does basically the same damage, depending on the era. Sometimes it's wizards out damage mages for a little while, and then mages take over and become like insane eventually, to the point where they had to change the rules of EverQuest because mages were doing too much damage. And then they changed the rules again so the necromancers would be good, and it worked. And then they changed the rules again because necromancers were too good. Description says World of Warcraft, but this looks and sounds like EverQuest. Do I have the wrong description? Did I mess up? If this is a meme, you've baited me, because now I'm looking. You're lucky I gotta wait for this guy to respawn. Or maybe I'm lucky. Nope, it is the category EverQuest Legends. Unless you were talking about YouTube. In which case, I don't ever change that description. That thing just stays how it is. It's too much work. Oh, it's a Beast Lord. So this pet got a second class, and it's a Beast Lord version. That's cool. He cast Drowsy on me. I'm sleepy. And he resisted my interrupt. Hey, alright. Damn, another earring. This thing might be too rare to be trying to get it on +2. Didn't remember WoW graphics being quite this dated. Yeah, EverQuest 1 is, it's kind of Nintendo 64 era. It's looking a little bit like that. Obviously, the textures are better, but just number of polygons. It's a step or two up from that. You know, PlayStation 2. Actually, maybe PlayStation 1.5. I find it charming. But I would find it charming, because I'm old. You care more about gameplay, so you're not mad at it. It would be boomer, flow state, grinding, efficiency maxing. Like you pick a spot that has good XP and pick an item you're trying to upgrade and just come up with a route. Don't run out of mana. Kill them just fast enough so they respawn right when the last one dies, but not too quickly. Because otherwise you'd have to wait around. And just chill. I kind of like it. Currently killing this elemental for his rare drop, Flaming Fists for a monk. I need a few more of them. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for him to respawn, I'm just kind of killing blues, which is actually pretty decent XP. Shibai Shaman, so you're going to slow me. I guess I'll keep that stun ready. Alright, interrupted the heal. That's good. Now he's rooting me. I don't care. Yeah, looks like he will get a heal off while I wait for this. And another one. Alright, third one though. I'll get that. Hey, alright. It's another Sword of the Lost. In case I go Paladin eventually, that'll be nice. Getting a little low on endurance. The problem here is I'm capable of running out of endurance. I don't have the infinite resources machine quite up and running yet. I think that'll come with getting 30 or something, 28 or 30 on Bard. Eventually you get like a triple regen, I think. I never played a Bard back in the day, so I'm kind of like experimenting with it now. But I think you get a triple regen where it's endurance, magic, or endurance, mana, and hit points. If so, we're cooking. I'll be very pleased if that's the case. It might not be. It might just be hit points and mana, which is still good. But I'm looking for endurance. I could just look it up, but I'm like 1 or 3 levels away, so why not just have it be a surprise? You played this on a computer way too weak to handle EverQuest, so you played this by proxy reading message boards. Sounded fun. Oh yeah. I think it is. You probably have to be a certain amount of old to like it. Which is me being realistic about this guilty pleasure, right? But some young people have an old soul. They think it's so cool that Stonekeep came with a novel, right? And they like going back and playing old games to see how things used to be. And if you're that type, you might really enjoy it. Being a Tylenol person helps a lot. You like the grind. You missed it, but can you walk through my current build? Yeah, I'm trying out... I chose... Well, I'll walk you through it. So, I chose Bard as a primary class, and that ended up being a huge mistake. Unless what you want to be is a Bard. Now, it sounds like I'm just being silly with that whole sentence, but I'm actually not. You would think that Bard just fits perfectly into any combo, but it kind of doesn't. Because stances and classes are actually pretty well balanced so far, with the exception of a few of them. So that a lot of times... Bard would be amazing if only you had 4 classes. Right. But you have 3. So my tank equivalent is Monk. Because Monk is almost a tank. It's not quite a tank, but it's almost a tank. And my healer equivalent is Druid, which is pretty good for leveling with. Especially now that we got a promised heal. All of our own. And good buffs. You got some AoE damage. You're just good for AoEing. And then the DPS equivalent ends up having to be Bard, which is the awkward part. Bard is really good, but it's not what I would call a DPS class. Which is why I'm using Monk as a pseudo tank, because it's, I guess, the tank that does, or it's the tank adjacent class that does the most damage. And so I'm kind of cheating here in a little bit. So we are Monk, Druid, Bard. And that was all of the thought processes. And so currently and for a while, I'm kind of like a melee thing. You know, I'm a monk. I'm using Bard stuff to buff my monk stuff, and I'm just kind of like attacking and using Druid spells to stun if they don't get resisted, and reflecting a lot of damage, but eventually that will probably fall off as I get higher level, and I'll need to lean more into being like a super Bard. And the way you're a super Bard is by using all the different AoE damage songs and all the like slow everyone song, put a rune on yourself over and over for defense song, a different other song that lowers things' resistances to the magic damage you're trying to do, and you just kind of like stand there in evasive stance and let all your random ass AoE kind of kill everything. And I don't know if that'll work or not, which means it's the perfect thing for open beta. To play a weird, kind of awkward combo that I'm not sure if it's going to work. Perfect thing to do in open beta, I think. If the game had like 4 released, I wouldn't be on this, probably. I'd be doing some like Shadow Knight, Berserker, Shaman thing or whatever. You know, tried and true, good at everything, fun to play, safe, you know, something like that. But, you know, you get to experiment a little bit when the game isn't done yet, which is kind of nice. In the garage, taking Tylenol as we speak. There it is. As with any MMO, well, actually this isn't true, but it's ostensibly true, that playing in groups with people is super fun, and this is no exception. EverQuest groups are like a bunch of 45-year-olds chilling. Something goes wrong. Oh, wow, that was funny. Anyway, back to the grind, you know. Had a good State of Unrest group a few days ago, and it was just like old times. And this is also an early MMO, so they gave you abilities that were irresponsible. And later MMOs would never let players do stuff like that again, for kind of obvious reasons, but they didn't know. At this point in time, they just didn't know not to let you do stuff. And so it's kind of fun to play with characters that have illegal abilities. And also stuff could happen to you that is probably not okay. For instance, in that Unrest group, our tank, which was this huge ogre Shadow Knight guy, we pulled like 5 monsters, and one of them just charmed him. So it just mind controlled him. And so our tank was mind controlled. No one else was a tank. And he's just like blasting on our wizard. So I rooted him, which worked. He didn't resist it. So he's just rooted in place standing there, and everyone kind of moved away from him a little bit. And then we finished killing everything. And he just like, it took a long time. And he was mind controlled for like 3 minutes straight. His little character just running around mind control. Like, when does this end? When does this wear off? Oh yeah, a spell just lasts 3 minutes. So, it's just a spell. Monsters get the same spells you do. It's like, oh, okay. Typing in chat. How long is that supposed to last? He's like, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Okay. Sure. Hey, you don't like it, you should cancel magic on it, but nobody had that at the time. Does the cackle crazy laugh in your game have a name? You feel like you heard it in heaps of places, like the Wilhelm scream? Yes. It was part of a very popular, and at this point kind of beloved sound pack that a lot of games and movies even from this era all used it. A giant sound pack you could buy. And so it's got all the ones you're so familiar with. A particular door opening, a skeleton cackling laugh, the sound of like gold coins hitting the ground, like a dog noise, like a mouse noise. A whole bunch of 90s games and even early 2000s kind of use this because, I mean, they're not about to use their own Foley. Also, the level up noise in this game is the same level up noise from Ultima. And the alternate advancement points level up noise is the quest complete sound effect from Ultima. And so at the time they chose that because it was nostalgic. And now it's just really old. Yeah, that skeleton laugh. And the sound of the funny bones hitting the ground. Hey, we're 28. Any new spells? Combust. Ignites your target skin, dealing 156 to 182. So at level 28, we're getting level 14 wizard spells. To put it into perspective, the kind of damage the wizards put out. I guess I'll get some skin like steel back. Counteract poison, counteract disease, those will be useful later. Well, they won't be, but if they're buffed, they will be. No new buffs there. Strength of Earth back. Oh, nice. Got another charm song, which I haven't been using. But in the future, I guess I could. Okay, so the only spell we got this time is Combust, which is good. But it does basically the same thing as Dismiss Summoned. Actually, it's worse. It's far worse. Never mind. Okay. I guess it's 30. I thought it might have been 28, but it's not. It's 30 for that one thing. Shield of Brambles back. Oh, pardon me, sir. And I think with this much mana, I can finally move up to Dizzying Wind. For a 1-second stun. The kind of game you like downrank your spells so they're more mana efficient sometimes. Which market research shows players don't like, but, you know, some people do. If it's a more action-y game, people don't like that, but I feel like there's a difference. Oh, nice. Wooden Shield +2. Merge it. A lot of stuff kind of depends on what type of game you're trying to play. There we go. Huge. Okay, and it's a +2. I'll take it. And this won't get me all the way there, but it'll... Yeah, he'll do a little bit. I wonder, how much can we juice this by? Is there any... Oh, that's too weak. Oh, lesser isn't too weak, huh? Interesting. Okay. What about on a 3? Does it work on a 3? No. Okay. So 3 is too strong. Do that. Merge it up to a 3. Which took 2 of them. So I have 2 3s. And now, if I take this 4... It almost... Oh, very close. Okay. So that means I merge that. And the next one, even if it's the minimum of 2, it'll still upgrade this to a 5. So I only need 1 more. After all that deliberation, I basically only need 1 more. Which is just as well. These guys are like light blue to me now. Man, I just glanced at the clock. And then it was like... Stream had been going for like 4 hours and 5 minutes. It has now been 5 minutes. 5 hours. Remind me to glance at the clock more. I think we're done here. I can't be irresponsible too long. Five hours of EverQuest. No. We did an entire 3.5 hours of Age of Sigmar and walking until we got to Pink Chan almost twice. There was stuff for everybody here, all right? A little something for everyone. HeyWoah furry? Question mark? No, it's just, it gives me bonuses. It gives me attack bonuses. You miss less. Actually, it's not strictly true. Anyway, it increased my movement speed. I think your dexterity as well, which is good for procs, or maybe it's agility, which is good for AC. Anyway, point is, HeyWoah will do a lot of things for a fucking buff. I don't particularly like the wolf model that much, and it has this little yelp thing that is annoying. I want an attack buff, though. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Play a shaman instead, who's just better? Well, just better single target, not necessarily better AoEing. I'm kind of going for an AoE build here. This Bard has a bunch of AoE tools. Druid has legitimate AoE spells that are pretty okay. I mean, they're no wizard spells, but like you get an entire healer class on top of your AoE spells with a druid, and with a wizard you get fucking nothing. So hey, all right, gotta have a healer somehow. It looks like a jelly baby. I don't see it. I don't see the jelly baby. But it had, like, next time I'm streaming, if I'm not a druid anymore, and I'm like Paladin, Berserker, Shaman, or something like that, you'll know. You won't even have to ask. You'll know that I finally saw it, and it was not okay. That's what it'll mean. Oh, let's go, Flaming Fist. Huge. And there it is. Badoosh. Wow, 0.5 ratio on a one-hander at level 20. At level 28. Positively absurd. The power. The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Ridiculous. It was all worth it. Oh, now I can move on. I can probably go to Mistmore and farm up a bunch of gypsy equipment from the musicians. And it's just a great place to level, actually. This isn't the best place to level. Although, you know, actually just it is. It turns out the zones they redesigned for EQL, Befallen, Najna, supposedly Crushbone, but I haven't been there. They're all really, really good. Really good for leveling, really good for loot. Good monster density. The only wrinkle is they're quite a bit harder than they used to be. Which is fine, because they give you 3 classes, so the game's easier. You might as well add some difficulty. I'll take out Bone Crushler here one time, and then, having accomplished my goal, I can log off. Dude, imagine logging off. Holy. It's fine, it's open beta. You're not missing out on anything. Wow, okay, a lot of loot, huh? Maybe I should have been killing this lady more. Oh, okay, it's a bronze scimitar. We can auto-sell that. I don't need summoning efficiency 1, because I already got that one. This is just money. And the mask Amis, which is really good if you're playing triple caster, but no one does. Nor should they. Unless Tuesday, the caster buffs they were talking about go through. Lest? Could be good. Thumbs up or thumbs down on the Aqshy rules? You're at work all day. In general, thumbs up because it adds stuff to the game, some of which might even be useful. The season itself, I don't know how much I like it. There is something they like intend for you to do, and then they threw this other thing in if you're boring. But I really like the boring thing. But this is all just on paper. Haven't played it. So that's just how it reads to me, that's all. The exciting, stupid thing that probably doesn't come up as much as they think that also helps your opponent bigly is the end of turn spend fury to give your opponent resources to swing twice and miss or whatever. Spend your rage and lower your fury to just straight up ignore points of damage with like a 3-up ward for a little while. I like that one. It's the boring one, and I like it. So as far as the season goes, I don't need anything crazy complicated. Wow, big ring mail quaif. Ugh. As far as, like, which faction got the good ones and which faction got the bad ones, actually, they were pretty balanced. Most armies got at least, like, a little, like a lowercase w. Like a lowercase w, maybe a lowercase l. You know, the unit they replaced was the worst shit ever, and then this one is just like not great, or maybe okay, but you wouldn't play with it, but that's better than the worst shit ever, which it used to be. So, you know, most of them are in that area. And then obviously a few of them are like really good, and a few of them are, well, two of them specifically that I can think of are like heinously bad in a way that's actually just like, I'm not even upset, it's just funny at this point. Written by comedians trying to tell a joke. But the punchline is one of them is ogres and the other one is Lumineth. And so at the end of the day, Lumineth can afford to absorb a bad Aqshy alternative rule page because they just don't use it and they're already great, so who cares? Ogres, it's actually just a question mark. Not sure, because we haven't seen the new battle tome yet. So it could be anything, you know? The ogre book could be anything. It could even be an elf book. It's possible. It's probably not. It's probably a downgrade from the current Gutbusters, I would guess. But maybe it's really good. And then everyone hates ogres because they're too strong and complains about them on the internet. Like, that could be. That could happen. It's within the realm of possibility. Yeah, overall positive for sure. Even if all of them were kind of bad, they're still doing a good thing. Like, if every Aqshy bonus rule page was bad, it would still be good that they tried to do that, because it's the type of thing they should try to do. So I would even have kind words for them if it was a failure, because it's like the right type of thing to try to do. Like, you shoot the basketball and you miss, right? You fail to shoot the basketball through the hoop. But you were aiming towards the hoop. So that's good. It's kind of like that. This edition only has a few cycles left. Yeah, you got to get weird with it. I'm going to wait for this endurance to come back. I'm just chilling right here. How much will EverQuest Legends cost? You got a budget before the Fireslayers refresh of your dreams? Oh, true. Yeah. Hey, that Fireslayers refresh, surely it's right around the corner, okay? Ogre Maw Tribes, for the majority of our units, we had to wait 20 years. But only 10 of those were in AoS. So I'm sure Fireslayers is right around the corner, especially because Fireslayers is an Age of Sigmar army. It's not a fantasy army. And also Fireslayers is like, I think everyone agrees we're all kind of waiting for the second half of Fireslayers to show up. You know, the second half that gets a little weird with it, and then maybe there's some cavalry now and a war machine or something, you know, just spice it up a little bit. But how much will it cost? It's $10. Well, that's not true. It's $20. But you get a month free if you buy it. And it's $10 a month. So really, however you want to describe that to yourself. It's an actual MMO. So it's $10 a month, I think. And buying the game is $20. You get a month with it. If that sounds like a lot to you, first of all, it is. But second of all, if you open the door to your house and step outside, it costs you $20. Don't go to Taco Bell one time, and that's the purchase price. That's $20 right there. Now, maybe Taco Bell is very important to you. And if it were, I would understand. And maybe it's not worth it. because you're not old enough or autistic enough or whatever would have you to really like EverQuest, and that's fine too. I just happen to. The Fire Slayer's refresh will be you refreshing the GW store page and all of them will be gone. That's actually a really... +8. That's a good one. That's fucking funny. Hey, nice play on words. Chat's funny this evening. As much as you love them, yeah. And kitchen tool belt, +5. 15% haste. Let's go. I can't believe they gave it to us at this low level. Well, I kind of can. We're supposed to solo stuff, but still. Look, if your shit kind of sucks, you got to get a sense of humor about it or you're going to go crazy or something, right? No big deal. This skeleton is a warrior paladin, and he just cast lay on hands on himself. This skeleton. Skeleton LOH'd himself. It's not like in Final Fantasy. It doesn't do damage to undead. Although that interaction would have been quite comical. If the AI just didn't realize it, and it's like, well, I'm at low life, I better lay on hands, and it just smites him. He's just dead. He's back just in time. Perfect timing, dude. It's like Quake 3. I got the red armor. Dude, it's on lockdown. I know when it's going to repop. This is a paladin wizard. He just getting a lot of paladins. This guy lay on hands himself as well. Interrupt that. Dismiss undead. I can't quite finish him off. Lest? Chance? No. Okay. Finish the heal. He resisted the interrupt. We're still fighting him. There we go. And it was an earring. All right, hey, that's it. I got to get out of here. Otherwise, I'm going to look back at the clock and it's going to be 6 hours suddenly as well. Anyway, good shit. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. It's Sunday. It's Origin, I guess. Which means tomorrow's Monday, which means normally I stream. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe we'll do a... I think the battle station thread, that'd be a fun little thing. It can't be the main thing, because we just probably don't have that many submissions, but that sounds like a fun thing. Something else as well. Anyway, TY for watching. Appreciate the subs and the bits and the primes. I'll maybe see you tomorrow, or I'll work on a video. Because I made one Age of Sigmar video. And people seem to like it. Maybe I should make more videos. Anyway, TY.